as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? My controller light's just blinking on and off. Hello? I saw that from Discord. But why?
Impossible.
Yo, why is this doing this? Connect. To make a point, the thing is you should have gotten something weirder to say, because like I put my dick in a blender isn't out of the realm of possibility for me. That's really quite simple. I even separated it there so that you would be able to like clip just the bit if you wanted it. Like, it's just not. Okay, who knows what the fuck this is? Because why is it doing this? It's just blinking at me. Why are you just blinking at me? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I just... I didn't do anything. Okay. How about now? All right, new plan. Oh, that's a bad plan. My computer doesn't have that plug. Okay. I mean, I can just play with the keyboard, but like, I didn't do anything. Why would it be broken?
Impossible.
There we go. I just unplugged it out of the back of the computer and plugged it back into the front where it used to be, and it just started working. I don't have an explanation. If anything, there should be less power to the front. Yeah, lots of great info to listen to on stream. Ooh. Oh, it's just a dev stream. How recent was this? Like half the stuff we were specking out like one day. Ooh, nice. Right, hang on. Add browser existing add window capture existing browser. Here it is. Cinema mode.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Unpause and then do the thing here. Yeah, I want to know live to generate PoE for a couple of months, like I do now, and then plays at the back of the game. Can I expect to play the game at the highest level? If I do that, I don't kind of need to choose. You will definitely not need to choose. You can definitely play both of them at quite a high level at the same time, especially because the Last Epoch devs are all PoE players as well. So they are intentionally staggering their release with PoE, so they won't launch at the same time. serious? Yep, they will be intentionally staggering their releases with PoEs to make sure they do not overlap. For two reasons. One, they know they're in competition with for the same players. And so it would be better if they didn't compete in starting time as well. And second, and this is more important to me, they're literally all PoE players. Like, they also want to be playing the Path of Exile League launch, not launching their own game at that exact time. Right? Like, they want to be playing PoE. Wow. Nice. Okay, so let's settings, sound, no more music, half the voice lines, quieter combat, no environmental sounds. So we're gonna listen to this thing here.
And welcome back to another Last Epoch dev stream. As usual, I'm your host Mike. Hello everybody! About 5 minutes ago, I had an audio malfunction, so we're back to the headphones. Let me know if the balance is okay and everything. We're going back to, we had a little contest a little while ago.
So this is one of the
I really
devs.
enjoyed the build that I got from it. And I've been playing a very underpowered character lately, so I figured I'd place it with a little more juice to it, maybe. Oh, how's everybody doing? If this is your first time here, welcome. Glad to have you with us. As always, we stream for charity, right above my head. If you have a question for me, I'd love to answer it. Please put @Last Epoch Game in the question so I can see what it is.
So this is just
Let's just see how this does. I think
so when they say developer stream, they don't actually mean like an organized thing.
Yeah.
They mean
So, yeah.
this dude
We're gonna play
streams
some Last Epoch. We're gonna
and just plays
some
and talks
fun.
to people and answers questions.
hang out. That's about it, really.
That's kind of real cool.
Hello, Aaron. You guys ready for launch? Oh, I hope so.
I'm not gonna
Do our
lie, that's
best.
really cool.
It's gonna be very exciting. You know, there's nerves all around. I don't think this is a world where I wouldn't be nervous, no matter how good things are.
If you weren't nervous, you'd be arrogant, and that'd be doing it wrong. You should all be nervous.
Yeah. We've been batting down the hatches, getting the last few little things in.
How long is this stream? Two hours? Alright.
Will sets ever be worth anything or get LP? Just use them for like 500 gold tokens. Yeah, so sets have some clear shortcomings. I think that's a uncontroversial thing to say.
They can't get LP.
The sort of go-to, like, oh, why wouldn't you just do this option that we get seen a lot is slap LP on those bad boys. Good to go.
Yep. I agree.
And I think that it's kind of it's something we could do. Yes, it's possible. It would, you know, there'd be problems with it for sure, namely in the length of set items. Tooltips at some point would be completely unwieldy.
Yeah, true. But
you know, we've got some plans for set items to sort of be better long term. I think those are going to be. I think it's going to be a lot more fun.
I was watching this last night before bed. I didn't understand anything, but
I mean, those are nice
like the
gloves.
vibe.
Just
Yeah.
not for me.
So, just in case, hang on. There are two things that can happen to normal unique items in this game that are very, very cool. One of them is called, it's something or other's will, a tuner's will or something like that. And that happened to these unique pair of boots here when I dropped them. And basically, there's a set of random stats they can pull from. And I had Weaver's, that's the one. Weaver's will or whatever it is. There's a set of like random stats they can pull from, and as you wear them and get kills, it will give you one of those stats randomly. This one happened to hit, it had 10 will potential, so as I was getting kills, it happened to hit health and int, and that's all I got. I don't really need int, but I got 100 health on it. That's a cool thing. It just lets the unique get a bit more powerful while you're wearing it. That's cool. I do like that. The other one that's perhaps more important is legendary potential, which is basically just, I think the TLDR is, it's the ability to slap an extra stat of your choice onto items. You have to make a rare item that has the stats you want, and you can, I think there's some restrictions, like you have to make it a 4-stat item, and then it'll take one of those stats at random and put them on if it's got 1 legendary potential. If it's got 2 legendary potentials, it'll take 2 of those stats and slap it onto the unique. So like, in theory, perfect ones are just rare items on top of uniques. Incredibly, incredibly rare to get, right? You'd have to build yourself a perfect rare item and happen upon a unique that also had 4 legendary potential, which is insane. But in theory, you could craft an entire rare item and slap it on top of your unique item. In theory. Whether you'll ever get to do that or not is a different question. That would be an insane level of things to do. But something along those lines. I'm not really like super familiar with the exact ins and outs, but that's like the TLDR of, you know, like, how does that legendary potential thing work? That's what that is.
All right. Will cycles continue to be on a Wednesday for a while? I have no idea. I would not take what's happening on launch date and timing to mean anything for the second cycle or beyond that at all. We'll look at how this went, and we'll, you know, analyze the good and bad things about picking that time, and we'll reevaluate and decide if we want to do it again next time like that. You know, it's one of those things where we might look at it and go, that was fantastic, yeah, let's do that again. We might look at it and go, well, these were problems and we can fix it by doing this. You know, like, it's just, we're gonna have to evaluate what's going on.
Ah, good. So they're not locked into their weird start time. That's good, because I'm not a fan of this start time. I'm not a big fan of this start time at all.
Just, I feel like everyone noticed this, but you know, we're releasing on the 11th hour. I mean, it's the 11th hour somewhere, but you know, you get what I mean. Our local studio time is central.
Are they actually releasing at 11 a.m.
What
their
you see
time?
as the median and or average amount of time
hilarious.
Players will spend in each league. Are you balancing for some expectation here? I mean, I think we're sort of trying to hit. Time is probably a bad way to look at it for us right now. I think it's more in the activity investment category. So like we try and have like goals that people who are like really gonna go hard and are like gonna do everything they possibly can. You know, we have things that we expect them to try and achieve, and then we have maybe people who are playing 3 ARPGs and bouncing between them, you know, and are going to spend less time playing less than which is totally fine.
You need to know the context of
and maybe goals that are more realistic for them to be achieving.
Some dude
just because
trying
they
to rap, freestyle rap. I put my deck in a blender because to feel something, and then it's like some other dudes go and he's like, hi, they call me the blender. That thing. Is that what you're talking about? This thing doesn't have a tooltip. I actively want that though. It's a bug last night. I thought I was going crazy. Yeah. There's a surprising amount of bugs that are to do with using a controller, to be honest. Like, I've encountered a ton of controller bugs. The controller support is pretty questionable, actually. It's causing quite a few issues. I might play with a keyboard and mouse come launch. The controller stuff is not great. Okay, well, as much as I'd love to look at those, let's first see if there's anything worth blowing up. No. No. Yes. No. 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 No, but we do want this. But I don't want to do this. Instead, I want to do restart video. Oh yeah,
the time to do it, or people who are, you know, playing more per day than others and things like that. So like there's, I guess, more like tiers of activities that we expect people to do. Like some people will, you know, grind up to level 100. Some people will grind their factions all the way to rank 10. Some people will do both factions all the way to rank 10. It's sort of like these milestones that we're sort of expecting out of some people and not out of others. And it's less about how long people are actually playing.
Totally.
And I bet there's someone who's much more in tune with like server statistics and costs and all that sort of stuff, and probably has a more firm number on that. But from a design standpoint, that's the way we look at it, really.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable way to look at it. I'm fine with that.
Are you guys worried that the Elden Ring DLC might launch around the same time as 1.0? I mean, we tried really hard to avoid any big game overlaps that we think would have a significant, like,
You can't avoid everything,
player
though.
base sharing.
Like, it's not possible.
And I think we've done pretty well. Like, we're not gonna hit too much here. I would prefer them to avoid our launch.
That is actually a really good question. Who is this guy in terms of, like, in the company? I know he's one of the LE devs, but specifically, what do you do? Who are you? What's your job? Did he... It's Mike. That's a name I've heard for a really long time. He was definitely around right at the beginning. I've definitely heard the name before, but I don't think I've ever seen him before.
A few weeks, that'll be real nice. Do I expect them to even know who we are? No. Yeah, it's
Okay.
we'll see what happens. I think it'll be fine either way. I think the people who are like,
yeah,
really invested in Last Epoch and playing on launch day and all that sort of stuff are going to, sort of regardless of if Elden Ring drops that content.
Yeah, you couldn't actually pay me to play Elden Ring. I couldn't care less. I mean, that's a lie. You could pay me, but, like, you'd have to. Like, I'm not interested.
We've been playtesting the new launch builds too much, and there's so many little things that I'm like trying to do. Like I was setting up the audio, I'm like, all right, just switch the audio. Oh, I can't do that. You know, just lots of little things.
Wait.
That I've gotten used to working.
I'm gonna be able to swap the audio things. That's really good to know.
Get a better contrast for the framing of the items. Sometimes it feels hard to distinguish the uniques at one glance in their inventory or stash. Brightness does not help with that. Maybe if you've got.
This is something that I've had a trouble with since day one. By the way, that thing he just read out, where it's like hard to identify where the uniques are in my stash at a glance because the background isn't. That's since day one. That's been an issue.
Screenshots and a suggestion like that, the best place to put it is on the forums or on Discord, and we can look at it and evaluate all that sort of stuff. There's always like any question. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. I don't know if something like that is going to happen at all. I assume you mean like the distinction of this to this here in your inventory, like
the specific tabs uniques. That's why I try. Yeah.
The frames,
because if I don't separate them,
not the actual tooltip, because the tooltip's getting a big overhaul, and I think that the inventory stuff's changing a little bit too. It looks different. There's just too many changes. I reported a bug. Awesome. We'll be working on it. I'll finish the question in a sec here. That is visually bugging the texts in the game because of different Windows language. Please fix. Okay, yeah. We're any bugs you report, we'll work on. We're going to see more cosmetics at launch. Yes. Yeah, there's more cosmetics.
Nice.
How long until the potters have some
playing.
insane tech? I mean, hopefully,
but the build I'm playing right now
is a long time. And if
build.
they do, it's like really easy to detect, and that'd be sweet. I don't know.
I will show you as soon as I finish looking over my massive set of things to see if there's anything else I want.
All right. Will there be a bigger monster density at release, or will it stay like this? Yeah, there'll be a. We've been making a sort of like steady incremental progress on.
Did you just say yes
increasing
to that?
the monster density bit by bit. That will continue at 1.0. It's not going to be a
monster density. Let's go.
Oh my god! Take a look at the screenshot differences. There's 4 guys here and 40 guys here. Or something like that. But like, it'll be a little more. Sometimes that's also reducing the size of some of the zones as well. So there's a few monolith echoes in particular that are problematic for size, and I don't like. I think this is still the way it is on live.
Their name's just a war chief totem in the game.
Sort of. I get confused on which.
I'm playing Thorn's totem though.
But there's we've been splitting up some of the monolith echoes, specifically just because they're too big. Which, you know, leave the same amount of enemies in a smaller zone. Higher density. Keeping that mixed up, are all the cycles going to be the same as Legacy, or are you going to start doing new content on cycle only after you finish with the core editions? So a lot of the status of future cycles is very up in the air. We do have a plan for what that's going to look like. We know what's coming. Like we've got a pretty solid plan for 1.1. You know, like we do have a general idea of what it's going to look like going forward, but a lot of it's going to be based on like how the patch does, feedback we get from it, how we feel playing it. You know, there's a lot of things that are going to influence how we adjust that strategy going forward. I think it's going to be a lot of at least the first few patches. I think there's going to be mostly core features that are added.
Okay.
And so this is speculative based on what we've sort of been feeling is going to likely happen, but it could change. You know, we launch it and everyone goes, we hated this, and we'll go, okay, well, how can we make it better? You know,
good shit. That's what you should do.
Once we do have more core things in the game, that we don't feel like adding a new feature to cycle would be super lacking for Legacy. We might start looking at adding in more like cycle only content. Maybe it starts slow. Maybe it's, this is speculation. I don't know what's gonna happen exactly, but maybe we're like, oh, here's some like new unique items, or
Can't remember if we played
like
Elite
new
for
experimental
a-
affixes,
yes,
or like
but not
something
for a long
similar
time.
to experimental affixes, but just like a new style or something. I don't know. And that gets added to cycle first, and then wrapped into Legacy afterwards. Something like that. But initially the main core features, at least in 1.0 and 1.1, that we're planning are going to be cycle and Legacy right out of the gate.
Interesting. So when 1.1
So we're planning,
launches, the plan is that the game in standard also changes
happens.
to that 1.1 state. Not like a separate, this is in the league only thing,
Yes, there we go.
but like a full economy reset.
I think I might be a
but
little
then standard gets the whatever the new
overgeared for
thing
this.
is.
It's just corruption 111, I think. I'll try and get in.
So I don't love that, but only because I don't love that whatever's the end game or whatever like happens at the end that's new will just be done instantly on standard. I would love it if it was at least like a week or two behind, so that you would have an opportunity to do stuff in the new season first before like standard players get to do it. But that's just me. What is that? So that's rage. All the different forms from druid have like not mana basically, and this is a spriggan form which makes me look like a tree, right? Boom. And when I'm a tree I use rage instead of mana, but rage decays over time. But these healing totems, which I plant, which also act as thorn totems, you can see them pulsing my rage back up. There are plenty of different ways to deal with rage. But for now, since I don't have any of those uniques, I had to take this node. Healing totems are converted to fury totems and now restore rage instead of healing you. So they don't heal me anymore. I'm supposed to have some AoE heals going out. But for now, as long as I keep totems down, they pulse rage back into me, so I never have to leave Spriggan form. So I'm always a tree. And then I obviously use that to cast as well, but if you run out of rage, you fall back to human form. And I wanted to not fall back to human form. I want to be a tree the whole time. Because none of that's the point. Resets are fun. The economy reset, everybody starting together, is the main point. To mana, or is it just for the 3 druid forms? Ooh. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I would play a PoE league with no new league. It was just a reset. I'd do that. Now, would I play it for, 8 to 12 weeks? Probably not, but I'd still really enjoy the first 2 weeks, even if it didn't have any new content at all. The economy resets are the exciting part. The season mechanic is always just a bonus. Yep. Yeah. It's a little weird to have the whole game change when the new league comes out instead of just the league. But I think my only issue with it is if it changes at exactly the same time, then the cool new endgame stuff will be done by standard players instantly. I would prefer if standard was like 2 weeks behind or something. Like patch, new league launches, and then in 2 weeks time, that all the new content gets put over to standard as well. Like that would be fine as well. standard players get to play all the new shit as well. That would be cool. I'm cool with that. I don't want, when there is cool new endgame stuff, I don't want it just instantly being finished by min-max characters on standard. I feel like that sucks a lot of the fun out of it. That's all. But it would be fine for me if they were just 2 weeks behind even. Just boom, the new updates on standard 2 weeks later. That would be cool.
A shade fight in quick. We'll bump it up. Let's go straight to the edge. How fat is the stack of patch notes for 1.0? It's huge. Like huge.
Like huge? How huge is it?
I was looking at one of the just the most recent like CT build patch notes. I'm like, this is gigantic. This is just the difference between the last CT build and this CT build. Insane. We started making the patch notes. I can tell you that. We're still in the process of like nailing down like there's all these commits in our Git repo. Are just like, okay, who did this one? Can you remember exactly what this change was from your cryptic message of fixed this node in that thing? Like what was wrong with it?
Ah, yes.
That's gonna be good. And you'll see him very shortly before the patch, but not significantly before the patch.
Well, when you say very shortly, does that mean like very shortly, like 40 minutes before the patch goes live?
Do you have a planned date as to when you will be showing the shaman changes?
Or like 3 days?
I don't know. I would assume in the week before the patch, like when we usually show off a lot of things like that. Prism rep's always good. Prism reps are one of those items that got shafted like the most on legendary potential chance compared to what it normally has. Hello, Rogue Poison. What do we got? Next question. Any chance to get further insight into locking masteries? Sure. How do you think it will be received at launch? Best of luck at release. I think it'll be received very much the same as it's been received for a long time. I think there will be some people who are very upset about it, and some people who don't care at all about it, and other people who are very happy about it. Like it's gonna be a mixed bag, I think.
Locking masteries is a bit weird. I also feel like a mixed reaction about it. It's sort of odd, but also like it's not that bad. It's not that hard to level a new character anyway, and respecking in general is easy, so just I guess it's kind of okay locking them, like your ascendancies.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be any major differences.
They're like
what we have now
that I've picked shaman, I can never change. I can never become a druid or a beastmaster. These two are locked forever. They're locked at this halfway point.
Next question here. Will you be doing a lot of borrowed power in each cycle? Do you mean like things that the cycle gets that is like a lot of power that is going to go away at the end of the cycle and not come back?
I like those things, so I'm okay with it if that happens, but it's not the only way.
DWXC, just
Ooh.
expand on that question for me, please. Yeah, and if you do have a question for me, please put at Last Epoch Game in chat so I answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to assume it's for just other people. Are you guys possibly going to take ideas for cycle ideas or themes for future content? Like player suggestions and things like that. Yeah, of course. I'm sure this has been asked before, but are there any future plans to have shards not go into our inventory?
Please, come
not
on.
Specifically yet, no.
Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
It's still a pretty hot topic for us. I would say there's room for movement, and it's just not quite happened yet.
I think you could do it.
The big goal for it was to have them be items, and it's not. People don't feel that way about them, so
they're not items.
We kind of need to either pull back on the convenience or amp up the convenience. I'm sure you're all aware about how well things go when you take something away. When will patch notes come up prior to launch? Probably just before. Software dev, I know they get commit pain, big offender of fix.
Yeah,
I always play. You gotta have a little bit of description in there, but you know sometimes it is a little just look at the one line of the commit diff, please.
This new weapon.
All right, is the infamous reset all button coming in massive? No, passive trees doesn't get.
Hang on. This new weapon has an implicit 76% increased damage for totems, with 174% minion physical damage and 183% minion spell damage. That's a lot of damage, man. What is that, like 450% damage? My old one was 200%. With no implicits or anything that mattered. That's pretty cool. After several maps, I have to push all shards into my stash, which give me a sense that I actually got some jobs.
Does reset all button yet? Didn't make it. Sorry. So apparently there's no extra endgame shipping for 1.0. Roughly, what can we expect that to change? Yeah, so the way you interact with the endgame is changing.
How so?
Like the rewards for endgame is changing. The difficulty scaling for endgame is changing. You know, like so. I would say endgame's getting a lot of refinements, but there's no new activities. So I don't like
that's okay.
Nothing's changing. But depending on how you look at it, it's true.
That's okay. I like refinement.
As for new endgame like activities and content, that sort of style, I would say that's going to be a very high priority for us for most of the patches. That we've already planned, which are the first few. Oh my goodness, what is going on? My finger was pressing 2 instead of 1 for potion. I don't know why. I'm a dum-dum. That's okay. Go this way.
Okay.
Little arena action. I'm a big fan of this particular arena. Just a little extra, you know, like little extra mechanics in the middle is fun.
I mean, that sounded cool. Man, I feel like I want to ask the dude more questions, but like I can't ask the questions. This isn't live
ice
for me.
beetles, save me! Red.
I'm already looking into that.
Hey Steve, why are you such a handsome, amazing dude? Because my mama made me this way. Hi Mike, do you guys plan mid-cycle balance changes if something is outperforming or underperforming, some of the older classes seem a bit underpowered. Yeah, so we do. This is 2 weeks ago. I went into a very long explanation of this answer. The shorter version is, yes, we'll do some mid-season balancing and stuff like that. There's a lot of ways we can do that and have major problems happen. So we're going to be very careful in how we, how we execute on that. And
buffing things is usually fine. Nerfing things is usually bad.
The few big pitfalls, nerfing a build that's doing really well, too hard, causes a lot of problems. Nerfing or buffing too many other builds to compensate can leave you in a position at the end of the cycle where you have to nerf too many things, and you end up with a bad pattern of nerfing in between cycles and buffing in the middle of cycles, and that doesn't work well either. So those are the pitfalls we're avoiding for the most part. But yes.
Okay, real quick.
We will be doing some rebalancing.
Real quick. Why does this dude's like ad lib stream talking to chat give me more confidence than the Diablo campfire that happens? Why? That's like an organized, scripted thing where they're trying to like purvey good shit. And this is just like some dude talking, but he seems to understand the same problems that I would understand, like that question that he just answered. He was like, yeah, we'd like to change things, but these are the pitfalls of changing things. And so those are the things we want to try and avoid. And those are the correct pitfalls of changing things mid-league. Like he knows the thing. It's just like while he's chatting to chat. I like this guy. I like this guy.
Where needed, like it's if there's a really important time that we need it, yeah, we'll do it. But mid-season balancing is a delicate touch. Respec all button when? Hopefully soon. Will you continually add new skills for all classes? I mean, yeah, so the mage is stacked. Mage is stacked. So like it'll be a while before there's a new mage skill, I think. But like you go open the same panel on rogue, even after the falconer, and it's like, yeesh, where's all the skills? So yeah, we'll keep adding skills. The ones that have fewer skills will get more skills added faster. The ones who have a lot of skills will probably get less, And that's not to say there won't be reworks and revamps and things like that happen for the existing skills, even for the bigger trees. Hello teleport. It's one bad. As an example. So yeah, there's definitely room for improvements there, and we will continue to. What I would say is nothing when a new skill comes out or a new skill gets reworked, it doesn't get taken off the list. It just goes to the bottom of the list. Oh, idols. Gonna make me try and read all these in the middle of the thing.
No, you just pick them all up. You deal with them in your inventory later. Right?
Sweet, they're basically none of them are for me. Right, next question. Borrow power, yeah, give me his character power that's temporary for a cycle and then replaces something else the next cycle. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading that right. I that's not something we're looking at doing right away. I would say that would be a low priority thing right now. I think there would need to be something wrong with the mechanic. Like we would need, if that were to happen, especially in early on, it would need to be because we were trying something really experimental and it did not go well. And we're like, okay, yeah, the experiment failed, pull that out, try again. You know, like it would have had gone really bad. I think.
Cool, you do get +2. Huge.
And more. I just want to shout out whoever's designing the UI for last epoch. Shout out. Here we go. I don't know if I'm allowed to say names of people on stream or not, but you know who you are and you're awesome. Yulia.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say names, but you're awesome. Fair. I think I'm gonna put another pierce on it. There we go. Cool.
I am very curious about whether in the future models will be made exactly like the images in the inventory of the equipment, including the unique ones. Now only weapons have models exactly like in the image, if I'm not mistaken. There are a couple other things than just weapons, but for the most part, yes, you are correct. Yeah, we're gonna keep adding in new unique models into game. It's one of those things where it's like it's a slow process, but we're gonna keep doing it.
That sort of work is. I don't think their team is huge.
It's a really important part of the fantasy to say, like, I equip sword. Sword looks like sword in picture. You know, like that's a really important part of everything. Really coming together.
But I am tree.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Voice line gets me every time. Are the terrain issues in Chapter 1 boss fights being fixed for 1.0?
Terrain issues?
Is the new boss fight there already? Yeah. Yes, it's already there. Yes, yeah.
Didn't know there were any.
Will the Scroll Beastmaster be nerfed in 1.0? Well, it's a bug right now I'm trying to fix with it, so maybe. I don't know if there's I don't have any information on upcoming potential balance changes. Do you guys plan cycle rewards with cosmetic rewards? Initially no, but that's the sort of thing we'll look at expanding into.
Yikes.
You know, once we're a little more settled. Yeah, that style of thing I think is really good for driving engagement. You know, just a fun reward for being awesome.
Hello?
Hopefully it goes without saying, I'm going to say it anyways. They would not be power rewards, they'd be cosmetic only. Just to be safe.
That should go without saying, but good clarification.
You can kind of just assume that caddy equals and everything. That's like cosmetic or purchasable, you know, not just for everyone in the game. You may have very well created the best rogue class in any RPG. Aw, I have fallen completely level. Thank you. The rogue's also my favorite. Oh, it's big. Getting keys everywhere today. big Mega Nova is just so cool. It's just gets me. What Nick Cage film is better, The Rock or Con Air? The Rock, 100% The Rock. It's one of I love the it's like you got Nick Cage, but it's also Sean Connery. Remember, like this is not just a Nick Cage movie, you know. I'm old enough that Sean Connery is still Bond.
Sean Connery is Bond. I don't even know who the other dude's names
The
are.
Thunderball, that was a mistake.
It was like some young blonde dude. I don't know. That's not Bond.
It's actually a remake. Right. Why was the decision to keep bug fixes like with Rogue Flurry multi-shot and detonating arrow to 1.0 not emergency patch? Sometimes something seems like it can be fixed in isolation, but really it's a larger like issue, and you can't, like, if you try and fix that one thing, you're actually working on a much larger issue, and the volume of things that it touched and other systems that it interacted with meant that we would have been releasing a very major patch, which would have required much more QA bandwidth and would have taken away from what we could actually push out at 1.0. We got to a point where 1.0 was the only thing that mattered, and unless it was like a really impactful bug that would stop people from playing the game altogether, or was like super easy to fix, like super low risk to fix, you know, there's sort of those two things, like fighting against each other to decide if we're going to do it or not.
That's
and
a good explanation.
High risk, medium high reward, but we weren't prepared to try and tackle a high risk thing like that. It's basically, we looked at 1.0 is going to be better because we didn't do that.
That's fair.
Which I know sounds ridiculous. Next question. Oh, will all masteries have 5 skills at 1.0? No. For example, Shaman only has 4. It will still only have 4 at launch, while Druid has 5. Yeah. So, Paladin will only have 4. Shaman will only have 4.
So they're talking about these, right?
Lich will only have 4.
Shaman has 3.
What am I missing? Are Marksman and Blade Dancer sitting at 4 right now? I think they're both sitting at 4.
Shaman's got 3.
They're not getting new skills in their mastery trees.
I only know that because I'm currently playing it.
Paladin will be 4. Paladin's 3.5 right now. It'll be 4.
Paladin's 3.5? What does that mean?
Almost all of the new skills are for Warlock and Falcon. There's only one new skill that's not. Alright, next question. Any plans for a server slam session before 1.0? We've been doing a lot of tests internally. I don't know.
So
I don't know if
no.
there's a big like plan for a like community run server slam type thing. I don't think we'd be able to generate real numbers for a server test that would actually like accurately mimic what would happen in a launch situation. So I don't know if it's valuable or not to do that.
I don't know. They're probably right. There'll be a huge amount of people that like care enough to
Just the
play,
2-3 rows of buffs showing by default. It's always been that way. It's just Rune Master gets a weird amount of buffs.
but don't care enough to like show up for a
Way too many
service
in my
like
opinion. I
that.
don't look at them at all.
Right.
All right. Some of the character faces look weird, shiny or oily. In the character select, they look different at 1.0 later patch. Yeah. All of the faces got a touch up. I might be wrong on that. I know some of them did. If you watch the trailer, like just the main launch trailer, there's like a quick back-to-back of like every character like landing and like you see their face. That's what the new characters look like. You can use that to compare the difference. They're in like a pose, so it's a little different, but yeah, those are actual models from it. Do you guys plan to give agency over what endgame content people wants to do after a game has many cycle contents in it?
That seems like a very much later question. That feels like a much later question.
Do you mean like? I feel like we already do this. Is why I'm hesitating. So this is why I'm kind of like, yeah, yes, but we already do. Once there's more options, it'll be, you know, like there'll be more options. There'll be more things to choose from. So yeah.
Infinite pause.
I think. Will there be additional campaign chapters with 1.0 launch? No. What's your personal favorite thing you have added to the game?
Oh.
Me personally added?
Here's the
problem. I don't think I've added anything on my own.
There's just gonna be server overload. Just accept it.
It's really hard to like. Oh yes, I added that. I think just skills and skill trees that I've worked on. That's my favorite part of design and development.
Damn it. Just get rid of all those. I need a stricter filter again.
Get out of those. Okay, next question. Oh, this is a big one. I was asking if there are going to be challenge systems and cosmetic rewards for like PoE does, where you complete a number of challenges and you get a cosmetic at 10, 20, 30, 40, you get different cosmetic rewards, etc. because the challenges offer different players more stuff to chase in the season. Yeah, we don't have anything specific like that set up for 1.0. I think that style of thing is that is what I thought you meant. That style of thing is very appealing, and I'd be very surprised if we didn't do something like that. We don't have any specific things of like, here are the plans for challenges going forward or anything like that I can share. But like,
I always thought challenge
it's a pretty natural type of thing to add.
MTX
and I think it's done very well in PoE. You know, we'll approach it fresh and put our own twist and all that sort of stuff.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Come on, Tywin.
12% of armor mitigation also applies to damage over time? What is that? Nice mod.
Really want that all res. We want all res to happen, don't they? Let's go with the unique item.
That's a cool mod.
Any plans to allow fonts to be resized as are what they used to be? UI customization is something that we'd really like to be able to have. We don't have any UI customization right now. It needs to term broadly, but there's like we don't have any. I guess we do have some light settings like turn off damage numbers and stuff like that.
But you're okay with it?
There's no plans right now to specifically add that specific feature. I think it's the sort of thing we'll probably look forward to if we...
That sounds like they're not saying the PoE thing of our game should be recognizable at a glance, which is the PoE line of why we can't let customizable UIs happen, because our game should be recognizable at a glance. It just shouldn't. People shouldn't need to do that. To which I have always said, if your game is not recognizable at a glance, because I've moved some UI elements around, you've already failed. Like you've already failed. It's sorry, your game should be recognizable at a glance with the UI turned fucking off. And if it isn't, you've already failed. So I just don't like that argument. Your logic is mute as your career is PoE, so clearly they've done it right. What the fuck kind of sentence is that? I don't even know what that means. I don't want full WoW mod cancer. I do personally, but I understand why people wouldn't, and I don't need it to go that far. But it would be cool for me if I could just move things like where my buffs are, where my skills are. Like maybe I want to put my skills here and make them transparent so that I can time the skills near my character. Maybe I don't like some things from WoW that I do like. Already failed. That's a non sequitur. Those are not related things. I'm not saying the whole game failed. In fact, I'm not saying it failed at all. I'm saying that line of we shouldn't allow a customizable UI because our game should be always recognizable at a glance. I said, if your game is not recognizable at a glance, even without the UI, let alone with a different one, then you've already failed. I also don't think PoE's like that. When you see clips of PoE from GGG that don't have the UI in it, you always know it's PoE. It still looks like PoE. If you got a PoE where the skill bar was in a different place and the life and mana globe were put together and the buffs were down above my skill bar beside my life and mana bar instead of where they are up the top left hand corner, that you wouldn't be like, whoa, what's this game? You'd be like, yo, PoE's got a different UI, right? So I don't like that argument because I think it's a bad argument. Not right, like I don't think that argument works at all. But that's the line that you get from GGG when you bring that up is, we want our game to be recognizable at a glance. We do not want to allow customizable UI. And I'm saying, if your game is not recognizable at a glance, no matter what I do to the UI, you've already failed. I also don't think they have failed, right? Like, I think it would be recognizable even if I was allowed to customize my UI.
We get feedback that some people want, which is something that gets asked fairly regularly. Are you guys planning to introduce transmog systems for all models, not just MTX in the future when you get a chance? We do have desire to do a transmog system. Exactly what that looks like and how that works, I don't have any info on that I can share.
All right. Spoiler alert for anybody playing this game, this build. There are several versions of this build I can find online. Every single version only has a single point in PS.
Played classes so far. We do have that info. I have no idea what
I took 2 PS. It's way fucking better.
I'd be pretty
way
surprised.
Better. Take 2 PS.
You know, I'd be pretty surprised if it was anything weird. You know, like I bet Shaman's last. I bet Rune Master's first. Yeah, well, there's not a lot of interesting information in there, I don't think. Also, will the very old boss models be updated in 1.0? No, it's not the most priority, but it gives game a bad look when someone tries to show off bossing to someone that old necro command. Oh, the A-bomb fight? I love the A-bomb fight. Is that what you're talking about? I don't think that there's any model updates to bosses in 1.0 for bosses.
I haven't seen any bosses that looked like they needed one.
For the most part, no.
I don't know what that one's about.
Lag in cities is bad now. Are the things that will be able to handle this at launch? There's improvements to servers coming. I don't know any specific details. I can't say like it's gonna be perfect or something like that. Personally, I don't experience that lag in cities right now. Who knows? I can't say for certain it's going to be fixed.
You probably just don't want to devote the resources to redesigning UI to be customizable. As every floating, and that apparently broke things. Had to revert after the attempt. See, there's the thing. If that's what they said, I would probably have never been upset about it again. If the response when they were asked about, hey, what about getting a customizable UI, was they like, we looked into it, we're not against it. It would take more time than its benefit would be. We decided not to do it just because it's just not worth doing. I'd be like, all right, fair enough. Like, what am I going to do? Argue with that? There's nothing to argue with.
For you, it is multiplayer functionality and, you know, ease of use and having it play nicely, and the whole user experience for multiplayer is and has been our #1 priority leading up to launch. And
nice.
You know, that's something we're taking very seriously, and you're doing our best to make it as good as possible. I can't say for certain that it's going to meet certain benchmarks for each individual user. There's so many factors. Hello, I'm not sure if this has been asked before, probably, but that's okay. But do you plan on keeping the model of not locking content behind a season wall, or will seasons and content be locked together with one another? Like, geez.
What does that mean?
So, you know, let's do the quick version because it's something we talked about earlier in the stream. Initially it's all together. The future that can change. You know, how fast that changes, exactly how that changes. You know, a lot of that will be based on feedback we've gotten from our players and how we've observed the game playing and feeling, all that sort of stuff. So, you know, all I can really say is 1.0 is simultaneously for Legacy and Cycle. After that, it's up in the air. Who knows what'll happen?
Okay.
Is there a timeline on when the base campaign would be completed, or is it just going to be gradually completed each cycle? It's going to be gradually completed. We do have a target deadline for it to be completed. So we're like, okay, we know, we're like, okay, by patch 1.x, it's going to be, you know, the last chapter implemented, and the campaign's finished type thing. But you know, it's not a guarantee until it happens.
Fair.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are we of Children of the Apocalypse? I asked earlier in Discord. We got kind of drowned out. I did actually see it. I was very busy at the time. I'm a commander player, so not at all. She's not really very ubiquitous in commander tables. I also haven't played much Magic lately at all. I've been way too busy. I played Magic one time this year.
Oh, they're talking about magic. I was
in.
like, I don't know, recognize any of these words. Right, they're talking about magic. That makes sense. Like, I don't recognize a single fucking word.
Very good card. I used to play Shieldred as a commander, the original Shieldred as a commander. Terrible at it. It's like instantly dies no matter what. Some control player at the table is like, well, I've got my one creature, so you're not going to drop that counterspelling. Like, great. Are you considering making genders or customizations of characters? Character customization is a long-term goal for us. It is something that we do hope to include in the game. We do not have a timeline for it or any details on what that will include specifically. However, it will probably be a body type selection rather than a specific gender selection. Is what I assume will happen.
Is this build definitely going to be a cycle?
We'll see what happens.
Nothing's definite. This is what I'm leaning towards, but
yeah,
could be anything.
That's right. I went to the Prometheus school of running away from stuff.
Nice.
Just go to the side. You're good. Are you going at some point to make the game compatible with Mac? Fun fact, we used to have Mac support. We don't have any plans to return Mac support to the game right now.
Because nobody plays a Mac.
It'll be part of the conversation we have when we look towards new platforms to expand into in the future, because we still haven't decided specifically every platform we're going to expand into. I think Mac support is very low on that list right now.
Yep. Because nobody uses them to game.
I'd be surprised. Are you at some point? Oh, I answered that. Will you guys keep sharing the roadmaps of what's coming after 1.0? Previous one was great. Yeah. The reason why there's no like post.
How's the campaign feel these days? Last time I played was years ago, and it was pretty much not streamlined, to put it lightly. Significantly better. Probably still not perfect. But if you played, let's say, even a year and a half ago, I would have put the campaign at like a 2 out of 10. Then. Like a year and a half ago when I was doing the campaign, I would have said 2 out of 10 campaign. Pretty shit, very confusing, jumping all over the place, really throws you off quite a bit. It's probably maybe like a 6 or a 7 now. like a little bit better than average, but not great. Which is like a significant improvement over where it was. Yeah, a very significant improvement over where it was. Still not there, but they're still working on it. It's no longer a campaign that makes me annoyed to run it. It is now just a campaign, but also not special either. You're not going to be like, yo, the campaign was so pog. Like when you go run D4's campaign for the first time, I think everybody who played D4 was like, yo, that campaign was like the best campaign I've ever fucking run. Like it was so good. It was so exciting. It was so interesting. The campaign on D4, yes, fucking phenomenal. It's nothing like that. Nowhere, not even ballpark that good. But I also don't think it would be reasonable to expect it to be. So that's fine. Dungeon keys yet? Nah. I've gotten too many of those keys though, and I've started vendoring them because they take up space and it's annoying. Like Pierce and Chain combined, they look like they're chaining after they pierce. I actually don't know.
Post 1.0 roadmap up right now is because we really want to keep the focus on 1.0. And if we're like, 1.0 is going to be great, look at the stuff coming at 1.1, yeah. It's sort of like, it takes away from the 1.0 launch. So we're really like, let's just focus everything on 1.0 right now. Once that's settled and all sorts of stuff, we can start looking to the future. And it doesn't need to necessarily be quite as a hardliner.
That guy, I like this guy. This is the problem PoE's been having for a little bit. Like the league announcement that we had for this league, how there was just like fucking 45 minutes worth of just PoE 2 stuff. And like, I want to be excited about PoE 2, but like, you're supposed to be making me excited about the league we were about to play. And you kept going on about stuff that's like in the future, but what about the league that's coming out right now? Hype me for that. Right? This guy knows what's up.
Oh, went the wrong way. Come on. Less damage taken from distant enemies, eh?
Oh, I see what you're seeing.
Then I will pretend to be melee.
I see what you're seeing. So no, totems are just piercing. What you're seeing is this guy's projectiles. This summon Spriggan shoots projectiles that are somewhat similar looking. And those seem to have some sort of like chain or homing on them or something like that. They seem to go, if a mob dies that the projectile's on the way to, it seems to like turn to try and hit. See how they're turning to try and hit that thing? They're not like complete auto targeting, but they are like turning. But those projectiles also don't really do anything in this build. It's not like a Spriggan build. Those guys are there to hand out buffs, so their projectiles aren't really doing anything. But they're the green projectiles you're seeing that are like moving on angles. It's those.
Hi, hello. Any progression on UI scaling / increased text size of items? None so far. What do you think of the MTX idea of enemy death animations? For example, regardless of what skill kills a mob, they would burst into confetti with confetti death mod. I think it's a cool idea. I think that confetti is probably a little too far from the general theme that we've got going on to
I agree.
invest in. But the general idea, I think, is possible. It's not something we have planned at the moment. Since PoE Gauntlet is running right now, are competitive-ish events, ladders, and speedruns something ESG cares about, or not so much? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think we would have a ladder if we didn't care about that at all.
Care about it how? Like have
Specific
support for it?
short-term events, like what the PoE has shown is, I think is really popular and I think is really great. We'll have to see what that looks like for Last Epoch going forward, if that's possible, if people want it, all that sort of stuff. And as always, we do it with our own twists, our own spin, build it from the ground up for our systems and things like that. Because like it's really easy to look at systems like that in other games, and sometimes they do translate great. But there's frequently little things that just don't work because of some weird system interaction. So we always try to look at the what are the goals that the system is achieving, and how can we best achieve those same goals if we're trying to find something to do those same things. Like if we're looking at a system, we're looking at what problem does it solve. We're looking at, do we have that problem? Can we solve that problem? How's best to solve that problem? And it's less about looking on like how that feature works and more of what problem that feature's trying to solve. Because the solution might look completely different in our game. Or it might look almost exactly the same. You never know.
This guy is definitely one of the devs talking to people, right?
Oh, come on.
Is it okay? Let me just throw a question out. Is this guy just really good at dev speaking to people thing, or is this format just feel way better? Like instead of having like an official like, oh, we're gonna sit down and have a proper interview meeting, we're just like playing the video game and running around and answering questions like a streamer would. Like he's just acting like a streamer right now, right? Like he's just acting like a streamer right now. He was super uncomfortable early in the DM getting into such that I almost turned it off. He seems pretty relaxed and good right now. Yeah, it was clearly out of his element in that environment. To be honest, being like live on Twitch or YouTube or whatever is like a really, really, really different thing from podcasts and interviews and whatnot, right? Like, it's a really different thing. This game exists, I completely forgot. Not only does it exist, it's launching in 2 weeks. It's time to remember that it exists again. Like, its official launch is in 2 weeks. It's time to remember that this game exists again.
That was a close one. Oh, that's what happens when you click outside the window. Next question. Scrolling. Keep that chat box scrolling. Did you get your degree in escapology? No, we failed.
What did you fail at?
I had the right answer at the end, but I didn't solve one of the clues, and so that doesn't count. I assume you're referring to the escape room that I just went and did recently. That I talked about on the stream, I think, briefly. UI scaling would help people with bad eyesight text this time. Yeah. You change,
please.
Like, maybe I'm wrong with this. Can you change the resolution or change, you know, like, does that affect, like, the screen resolution affects text size? Which I know is not a good solution right now, but
Not
if it's
a great
preventing you from
solution,
playing,
but does it?
might be a workaround. Don't forget to put out last Epoch game in the question. I see one here I'll read anyways.
That's not right.
Oh, there it is. Where are we? Hey Mike, loving your streams. Thank you. I've a general question. How hard is it to add a
That's blurry as fuck. Is that blurry as fuck to everyone else? That's hurting my eyes. Why did it go blurry? I don't understand. It's like the whole thing is censored. But also, more importantly, it did not change any of the UI elements. Even though it went blurry, it didn't change the size of any of the UI elements or the text or the quest text or anything. That's CRT mode? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
achievements to video games in Steam? I see a ton of random games having them, and then big AAA games don't even bother. I think it depends game to game. I've never added achievements to a Steam game, so I don't really know the answer to the question. Before we go too far into this, I think if you have a very complex game, you may look at it and go, okay, well, there's certain things we want to add for achievements, and you might not want to do the achievements until you can add all the things. I think it's possible as well that you might be, especially with bigger games being on multiple platforms. Hello, Novarix, and your party. Welcome to the show. Stay a while and listen. Wrong game.
Everyone just hear that little pause stutter where he like 3 or 4 times read the dude's name to make sure he was trying to pronounce it as best as he can. Yeah, I get that. I feel that. That happens to me all the time. That's a real common, that little pause. Hey, it's and then the person's name. I get it, man.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, achievements in Steam. So yeah, like it's possible that if you're like on multiple platforms and you want to add achievements all around, maybe the other platforms can be holding it up. I don't know. I'm just speculating on reasons why you might not add it at this point. For us, the reason it's not in yet is just because we've got so many other things that are like strictly gameplay centric features that need to be fixed and need to be added. You know, achievements are great, but having the game look better, play better, and have more options is more important to us. So we're starting there first.
From old games. Oh, because they were trying to run on
Season content will be built in game for future, like in PoE. Yes, for the most. Some exceptions, as I explained earlier.
I know the ones you're talking about.
It could be the severed hand death MTX, where the mobs, severed heads get lopped off and bounce like a flat stone on water. Confetti was just random pull. Yeah. So on top of that, so if there's an effect that is especially model specific, like I know I'm just like looking at like the specific suggestion again. There's things that are, you know, would prevent stuff like that. Specifically, if it's going to interact with every single model in the game, suddenly that one MTX is going to cost us an insane amount of money to implement. Like, oh my god, insane. Because on the head of every model, something has to be able to come off. You know, so it's and I know you're not like looking for specific examples here, but it's just like, because the reason I'm pointing this out is I'm trying to show that all of the cosmetics that are here affect your character only. So there's one object in the world that's really affected by this. There's I mean, skills affect the skills you shoot out, but it doesn't care about each individual enemy really. It's just you. When we start doing enemy specific things, suddenly those things need to be generic enough that they just work with every enemy.
Okay.
Excuse me, that was hello. Or
hello.
Generic enough that they work with just every enemy, or if they're too specific, they can be too expensive to reasonably do. So it's possible, but I'd say not anytime soon. Are there any undiscovered builds left? I mean, I would assume so. They're undiscovered, so I don't know. Oh, I got something cool to share. Here's something neat. Here is some new art, some new item art for a belt. Hopefully, obviously, it's a belt.
It's a skull belt. It's a headhunter. Guys, it's a skull belt. It's a headhunter.
I'm not going to give the exact.
It's called a headhunter.
Situation this belt shows up.
You can't convince me that's not a headhunter.
Right. Is autocasting something the team still doesn't like and will eventually prevent or add in-game support for? I don't think there's any point in us trying to stop people from functionally being able to do it. Like trying to detect an autocast script or trying to detect and unlock tricks and things like that. I think attempting to do that is foolish at best.
I agree.
So the fight on autocasting, the war on autocasting, or whatever you want to call it, is less about trying to like prevent people from doing it, and more trying to change the game such that people don't want to do it.
Yes. I like you.
And I think that there's.
I like you.
It's okay if it exists, if there's certain situations where people are like, you know, I just like being able to autocast it, and maybe it's only like 95% perfect, but you know, it's fine. And they'd rather just play with it, autocast it, and it's not maybe like the most possible optimal way to do it. Cool, have fun.
I like this guy.
I know it's a little bit lighter stance than I've mentioned before, I think. Not much lighter, but a little bit lighter. It does beg the question of, okay, well, do you then implement it in game functionally? and we don't have any plans to do that right now. I think it could be possible, but you know, it's not something we're planning on.
This dude's smart. I like him.
A lot of these things of like looking to the future, a lot of these little changes, little things like this is sort of like a, well, maybe, but about like 4 months ago, we're like, all right, all that matters is 1.0, everything else, ignore it. And it's like, you know, we haven't had design discussions on some of these topics that come up in quite a while because we're just got the head down focus on 1.0 right now.
Head down, ass up. That's the way I like to develop video games.
All right. A lot of companies struggle with communication in their communities. How do you help direct the communities in positive directions and prevent hostility between players and devs? Gosh, that's a question I should be able to answer really easily. I have no idea.
I don't think that's an easy question, bud. Don't be too harsh.
I mean, I think we're just we do things like this right here. This stream, I think, is a perfect example of how we do that. You know, that conversation. It's a pretty open conversation. I think that there's a lot of the fact that we started this with a lot of modern tools, like just set up and ready to go. I think has helped a lot with things like that, with us being able to, you know, like connect with our players through Discord really efficiently. I think it's had a huge impact on that for us, and I don't know if we've ever been in a situation where it's like a problem, in order to need to like sit down and like lay out a strategy behind, like a formal strategy. I bet everyone in our like community management team is probably screaming at me, going like, Mike, we do this all the time. What are you talking about? And I'm like, I don't know, guys. I'm just your stream. What am I supposed to do? So there's, I think, yeah, I think there's a lot of room for, even like improvements there from us for sure. And yeah, I think it's just a clear communication.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we have it also a lot, like if we're going to compare ourselves to like Blizzard and PoE and GG and stuff like this, like we have such an easy time compared to them because our communities are so much smaller. We're not dealing with millions of players yet, hopefully.
You keep doing what you're doing and it won't be that much smaller forever.
And you know, like there's so I think we have like just advantages there. We are able to keep up with community discussions a little bit easier because there's fewer of them.
Smaller for now, right? Smaller for now. Okay. Here's something, if I could, which I probably could, but if I was speaking like directly to him right now, not right now, this is not an emergency for the 1.0 launch, but this is something you should, that entire topic, that's something you should get a handle on and figure out what it is and how you want to handle it when it's bigger earlier, before it becomes a problem. Because I think this game has the ability to get that big, that it will be a problem. And I think you could avoid a lot of those problems if you already had a good system in place before you get big enough for it to be a problem. Right? I think we could avoid those problems in the future by dealing with them earlier.
Trying not to die. Didn't even look. My void res was. Where's the C key? There it is down there. Oh, 48. That's not great. Oh, fire. Fire's good.
That's the same time
Okay,
I
purple
usually
stuff is
check my
dangerous.
res.
Red stuff's not great.
When I'm about to do something dangerous, and then I go, uh-oh, I didn't sort that out beforehand. That's how I play. Ooh, should have fixed that earlier.
I should be answering questions, shouldn't I?
I love that the stream just left up the sneak peek at the belt. I think he forgot it's up there. It's alright, I left my stream zoomed in like this for like a minute
I'm
or
still
two
talking about that stuff. Yeah,
until chat
yeah.
told me off.
I don't know. I hope I answered that well enough. Sorry. Alright. I didn't even look what the corruption change was going to be. Oh, big jump. Take that. 111 before? Oh my god. Oh my god. I've been playing with this thing on the screen like a moron. I set this up to really be able to just like slam it into the corner easily. Oh my god.
LOL.
Sorry.
Maybe just to Steam or just start playing by their website. Both. Both, and they link, and also you can get it at my Nexus store at !Nexus if you want me to get the cut that Steam would have got instead, and you can still link it with your Steam so that it just works through Steam anyway. You're a PoE player, right? Right. Why do you not do the gauntlet? Oh, I'm not good at PoE. I just know a lot. I survive in PoE by knowing a lot, being very good at planning builds, and having a degenerate amount of game time. I'm fucking terrible. I shouldn't be playing in hardcore, and I definitely can't do gauntlet.
Oh, I have to do it I have to do it once a stream, right? This is my one that I get. I get this is the problem. I get like absorbed into the game and I'm just playing the game now.
Take care.
Okay, can you disclose the day we would get the full 1.0 patch notes officially from ESG? No, because I don't know what it is. In the few days before patch. Not much. Are there any plans in the future for some sockets gem runewords like D2? This is such a long question. We get it so much. Yes is the short answer. The complicated answer involves some cryptic thing about how our items are already that essentially, and you know, I mean, like the legendary system is very similar to that, where you're getting pieces of getting individual, discrete, very rare pieces, and then you combine them together to make a much more powerful and much more rare piece altogether. There's an element of random rolling when that happens. You know, like that's a very vague definition of runewords in Diablo 2.
Kinda, yeah.
Sockets, like you take gems, you take individual items, and you can socket them into an item. You know, like it's a very rough definition of our just item system. So there's a lot of overlap in the crafting stuff that we already have there, which is why we can't. This is what I was talking about earlier about taking systems and just like pulling them out of one game and plunking them in another. And it's like, what problem is it solving? What goal is it achieving? and how can we do that with our own spin. And the legendary system, D2 runewords were a huge piece of inspiration for the legendary system.
Fair.
Yeah. At the same time, like, that style of system is fantastic, and I can see us using something similar, or other elements of it in different ways, possibly. Picked up the game 2 days ago. Awesome. I love it. Fantastic. Wonder if bow skills not hitting is a problem on my end, or if there will be a fix for it coming soon. Projectiles connect but don't have any effect. There's yeah, there's some. No, you're not alone there. It's something we've worked very hard to fix. So should be good. Need to use the tag. Who didn't tag me? You can ask it again if you want. Did the campaign boss?
Still can't decide if I should fire up Ellie up and test the character classes, or if I should go in blind after release. Both are really valid. I can't help you answer that question. Both are really, really good ideas. It really, really very heavily depends on you as a player. Are you the kind of person that wants a really good idea of what they're going to go full steam ahead? Or are you the kind of person that enjoys figuring stuff out as you go? Some small things I can tell you that might help. While you can't respec what ascendancy class you pick, I forget what they're called. I'm going to keep calling them ascendancies. Like if you start as a primalist, you can become either a shaman, druid, or beastmaster, right? Mastery, that's the one. And I picked shaman, and now I can never ever respec this character to be a druid or a beastmaster. They're forever locked here. But everything else to do with respecking, you can do. It's not a big deal. It doesn't take very long. It doesn't take a lot of in-game resources. Maybe if you had to do full respecs like 3 times every day, then that would be a drain on your resources, but it definitely isn't a big drain on resources to do even a full respec. Decently often. So you don't really have to have a solid plan. If you go with what you think looks cool on day 1, and on day 5 you're like, this isn't as strong as I wish it was, and then you look up some guides for your class, you will be able to just spec into whatever the guide says without too much problem at all. So that leaves it up to you, basically. Like, it is not a problem in this game to enter blind. Unlike PoE, where if you enter blind on your first playthrough, you're probably fucked.
Get a buff for 1.0 to make them feel like a real fight. Only Lagan and Majas feel like real bosses in the campaign currently. Oh, campaign bosses. I didn't see the is. There's been some difficulty shifts in general. Nothing huge. There is a new opt-in difficulty system. If you really want to challenge, you can go for it. Details on that will
difficulty?
be at patch notes.
That'll be in the patch notes. Opt-in difficulty with rewards?
Just to confirm, the starting cycle on the 21st of February
Question
will
mark?
not have mechanics like PoE leagues, right? I would like to suggest that the item factions themselves it's a pretty in-depth like league mechanic on its own.
Yeah,
but
kinda.
for the purposes of your question, assuming that's not which, as soon as you're not counting that, yes, that's correct. There's no new like league cycle mechanic for Endgame other than the
but-
item faction system coming for 1.0.
But the entire item faction system is kind of the league
Here's a
mechanic for this
chance
season.
you will add red dots on the minimap that shows where mobs are.
I'd love that.
We've had that. So messy.
Just rares. Just show me rares.
I can see it being an option possibly, but I know there's no plans data right now.
Just rares and uniques.
Ooh, look at those keys. Oh, the key's supposed to open the chest, not be in the chest. Key, like a key that leads to a chest that leads to another chest. Ooh, that's a big health roll. How big is that? Oh, it's just a high range of 6. Still though. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm not sure what for, but you're welcome. Any chance of the curse customization in the future? We do not currently have the capabilities to have character. We do not currently have capabilities to have cursor customization in the game. If that changes, we will
We do.
add it to the game. But until then, no.
I can YOLO mouse it. Am I allowed? Yeah, but you're not streaming.
Have you guys considered making glyphs auto pick up like Cultists? Yes.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I laugh because it gets asked every week.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, the yes is we've considered it.
I would like to make it. I would like to be the person who makes the argument that that
will
should
there
happen.
be a way to reset your cycle stash items? For example, in PoE, you transfer everything to standard and delete all characters and reset your league. We don't have a function for that right now. You know, if it's something that gets put in our feedback and suggestions channels a bunch, you know, we'll look at it. We always look at stuff that's in those channels. But right now, there's no nothing for that at the moment. Is gold drop rates changed with 1.0? I don't know.
Fair enough.
Almost sneezed.
Good enough answer, I guess.
I just figured out why the audio wasn't working on my headset earlier. Two questions. Do you guys do automated tests? Everything you fix, skill trait, it's a huge game. So many interactions, so I'm just curious. We do have automated tests. We also have manual tests, so there's like, depending on how big of a change something is, will determine what types of tests get run on it. So there's some automated tests that get run on every single commit that gets pushed, no matter what. They're pretty basic. It's sort of like a, is this going to make it so this game will no longer ever be possible to be built and played? If that fails, don't merge it. Then there's a code review that happens for anything. Any code change gets code reviewed by at least one person. Then for anything that's like an actual gameplay effect change, it also goes through a QA process, and like a design review process.
Alright.
Sometimes. So yeah, we do a combination of automatic and manual testing for everything, depending on what it is. Do you have technology to stop the game? Do you have the technology to stop the game while cutscene? Yes? I just killed myself in a cutscene with auto decay. Or decay, yeah.
Oh.
They should make you invincible.
I thought they did make you invincible.
Or decay might be an exception because it is a weird one.
I thought it did make you invincible when you're in a cutscene.
Prevent you from dying. The red dots would be nice to have in arena maps, at least, so you can run towards the mobs and do them even faster. Lone Star McFluffin has raided us. Welcome everybody from Lone Star McFluffin stream. Glad to have you with us.
Yellow mouse is fine.
We're
Don't mind.
we got about 40 minutes left in the stream.
Good.
Yeah, relax. Are cycles going to be a set duration of time, or will each cycle vary in how long they last?
3 months.
I think that the time a cycle lasts will not be static. It's from cycle to cycle. Initially, we won't announce specifically. Whoa! Initially, we won't specifically have like a, this is the date it's going to end on. That type of stuff could be added later. You know, if it's something that people are asking for from the community, basically. And McFluffin has resubscribed for 33 months in a row. We're getting real close to that 3-year mark. That is wild. Thank you very much. Hope you're having fun still.
Look, his YOLO mouse. It's basically just a mouse changing program. I don't know if you remember back in the day before PoE had custom mice. I used to have this large, bright pink mouse. It's that.
You had a D4 LE video. I thought it was good.
The Weaver's upgraded the item is just sitting in
inventory. There was a fair
critique
critique of both games in comparison to one another.
I actually don't know.
And we got more stuff too. We've got McFluffin's gifts and subs out to Keiser Zoes. I'm trying not to die here. Thank you very much. Congrats. Also, Talica for life. Nice. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Or they appreciate it.
You still pronunciation?
All right, next question. I sometimes forget that I'm not just playing a game. Oh, don't die. Regarding merchants guilds, do you foresee doing mid-cycle patches to address lopsided economy? For example, gold duping, leading to outrageous prices, inflation. I mean, if something like if something like that gets discovered and everything, like that would be terrible. But yeah, we'll be there to do what we got to do to, you know, bring things back in line.
Yep. Cool.
We've gotten there's one bug where you can visually dupe an item in your inventory. I can't pull it off. I've got like 4 different ways that people sent me to replicate it. I just like can't do it. I don't know why. But like we've got a couple ways where you can like make it look like you've duped an item, and you can even go sell it. But the item never existed, and you don't get to keep the gold. And as soon as you log out, everything goes back the way it should be. It's just a visual thing on the client. The client gets confused. At no point is like, so we've run tests on it, and the server doesn't even. The server's just like never accepts it. It's never like the server accepts it and corrects it. No, the server just never even realizes you've mistakenly done this to your UI.
It's literally a
It's
client
just like,
side only
that could
bug.
never happen. So luckily that's the closest we've come to a dupe exploit so far. I'm not ruling it out as possible because, you know, there's very smart people out there, and we'll see what they come up with. But yeah, if a dupe exploit or something like that, and like something needs to happen, yeah, we'll be on it. Any chance that we might get a revive mechanic for multiplayer? We've toyed with this a few times. Like you may notice that the companions basically have that already. Like your bear goes down and you walk over and revive it, and good to go. Like the system's there. It's at least for the time being intentionally not included.
Is that a dev stream in the corner? It is.
Will you guys add a function like PoE at the start of a cycle? It'll say X is the first to enter. Oh, the server announcements. We don't have it for 1.0. Sadly, this is something we've talked about, and they're fantastic. We love them. As soon as we get a good way to get them in, I'll be pushing for them to go in. We do have a server announcement system. I don't think we have a fantastic way of accurately figuring out who is the first across all of the servers to do certain things like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't say it's coming for certain.
So
I'm
not
hopeful.
now,
There
but
we
we
go. I'm
want it.
hopeful that it will.
Not now, but we want it. That's what I'm hearing. Like, yes, please.
I always tell people, don't get your hopes up. I've got mine up for post 1.0.
Old stream. I'm not live, but it was like yesterday.
Everything, everywhere, all at once. All right. Will you guys add a function like PoE at this? Oh, I already said that. What level of care would you say there is for buffing set items being overall viable? Oh gosh. We've got a major change for set items coming post 1.0. That in anticipation of said change, I've not made too many dramatic changes to set items in 1.0. There are some changes to some set items to improve some functionality for ones that we had initially planned to be more late game items, I think.
Okay, so set items probably
but
aren't
as a
getting much better
general,
overall.
like,
This patch.
item class, item tier, there's not been a major shift in 1.0.
That's fine, I guess.
Don't forget to tag me so I see questions. Yeah, don't forget to tag me so you see questions. Yeah. Will we get MTX portal animations on 1.0 instead of green portal when we open portal after completing echo? Yes.
Sure.
It does that already? Question mark?
Yeah, I thought it did that already too.
Didn't mine just do that like 2 seconds ago?
Not just me. All right.
Well, look. We'll look at the end of this echo. Oh, I'm already. Yeah, we'll look at the end of this echo. Okay, so this one does that. This is the town portal though. This is not the. So that's a different portal actually. But we'll check the other one when we get there. That was a slow drop gloves. Oh, it must have been an enemy. I did that, don't worry. It's fine. That was insane. Okay, we got through that. Will there be some kind of auction house for trading, or will it be third party like PoE? Please go check out the gigantic post and information about the Bazaar.
Yeah.
It's the Bazaar is what we're calling it. It is an auction house like system.
I guess.
Very
sort of like an auction
powerful
house.
searching systems to find the item you want, immediate buyouts, instant delivery,
Special
all that
delivery.
good stuff. This is my intermittent character sheet rework reminder. Doing my part to keep the stream alive. I mean, there is technically a little bit of an update for it in 1.0, so there you go. But yes, the proper rework's not forgotten. Hi, hello, how are you? Hope you and the team at EG are doing well. We are. With the shaman rework in 1.0, will there still have ways to specialize in totems? The I get for not looking at the screen. I'll read the rest of the question here. And is there a way to see totem DPS on hover like other skills planned? Minion DPS is
like
not
that.
quite ready yet. In general, it's planned. The shaman rework is not a complete class rework. I would call it more of a shaman refresh. One skill's getting completely reworked, one skill's getting replaced. That's about it.
Oh.
And some passives.
Oh.
Take care.
That's what I'm playing. I'd like more information, please. That's what I'm playing as shaman. This is why we can't be sure what my link start will be.
How often will we drop resonance while playing with friends? I don't have an exact time with that. If you are, the best way I can explain it is, there is a threshold where the percentage of time you're playing together compared to the percentage of time you're playing apart will be such that you'll actually have extra resonances, where you'll be like, oh, I've got a spare resonance, I'll wait till I find an item to use it with. You'll actually build up more resonance than you need, because you'll be playing together so much that most of the items you're finding are tradable anyways. And then there's
I just wanted to play
and
because
of the
of
threshold, you'll be like, oh, I've got this item, I'll find a resonance to be able to trade it at some point. And I don't know where that ratio of time playing together versus time playing apart, that threshold sits yet. I will say that if you are specifically playing with someone with the intention of getting a residence to trade an item, it's gonna feel like it's real slow. That is a play pattern that is not supported and will not feel good.
But
sorry,
it's not going to be great. Basically, that item better be real fucking good if you're going to go through the hassle to do that. Better be real fucking good.
Have you guys considered extremely rare cosmetic only drops? For example, for each mono boss have its own portal skin, but it's very, very rare, so you just admire how lucky you got. Not specifically. We've definitely talked about ways to get MTX items without purchases, like in-game achievements for MTX items, that sort of stuff. So on the table, we don't have any specifics planned for right now, and we don't have any available.
I don't even know if I would want that or not.
Like,
I mean, I guess it's okay.
Love this game a lot. Any changes to monolith progression speed? Yes. Unlocking empowered is faster.
Ooh.
The corruption difficulty increases faster, so you don't have to grind as much of it to get the same changes before.
Good. I like that.
And then we're also working on, but haven't got it yet, into a bit more of a subsequent character speed up as well. Mechanic thing that I'm intentionally being super vague about. It's not 1.0. Loving the game so far. Not sure if this has been answered, I'm assuming. But is it the in-game guide getting updated? Yes, the in-game guide is getting updated. What's your favorite / most cool runic evocation?
Good question. No idea.
Do I force this down with these skills? This one? Nope. This is why you have to change these colors. Nope. Oh, what is it? Oh, of course that casts it. My favorite is the fire rain. I think is actually my favorite one to play with. But this is my favorite one to look at.
Yo,
great.
that skill looks cool. I don't know if it's good or not, but that skill looks cool.
What's the incentive for starting new characters for each season? Right now, it is
The economy reset.
a chance for a fresh start. A lot of people find that really, really interesting just on its own. Fresh economy, so there's like no one is starting with existing gear. Everyone's on the exact same footing. This is probably pretty interesting for new players, especially who maybe haven't played a bunch of the beta. Rune of Research, we will gladly take those. As we get into future cycles down the road, that sort of stuff, there'll be other things as well. Also, just the ability to compete on the ladder. That's a pretty big one for a lot of people. As it currently stands, only one person can gamble gold at the end of a run of Lightless Arbor. If you do it in multiplayer, any plans to allow everyone in the party to be able to gamble gold? There was some technical problem that caused this not to work, but if we can, yes.
I didn't realize that.
What guild will be joining on 1.0?
That was a problem.
The item faction that I'll be starting with on 1.0 will probably be Circle of Fortune, but
Yeah.
I am interested to just like get involved with the Bazaar a little bit. So
Nah, fuck that. Circle
just
of Fortune.
because I'm really not sure how that's gonna go specifically, how the community is gonna react to it, how the community is going to react is the wrong word, how the community is going to engage with it. that I'm really interested in seeing firsthand. So I might go Merchant's Guild just out of from a like academic standpoint. It just sounds weird.
I have the same list of
Will items
curiosities,
automatically
but
return to inventory from Forge when closing the crafting interface. I lost items into the Forge so many times. No, the problem with that is that you can set up your inventory such that you can't have it automatically return there, and then you close it, and you're used to it automatically returning as a thing. So like consistency is more important than that, I think.
so other games have solved that.
Unsure though.
Excuse me. This has actually got me a few times. When you put an item in the forge, in my opinion, it shouldn't actually disappear from your inventory. It should just be like grayed out, but still taking up space there. Because it's got the same problem. It's got like, yeah, that's a problem, but there's a different problem. For instance, if the thing you want to craft on currently has +2 to summon thorn totems, but it's still got crafting potential and you want to craft more on it as you get more materials. Well, when I take that off and put it on the forge, I lose the +2 levels and it takes those 2 levels out at random. And then I have to remember where they are and put them back in, and I'm not in love with that. Skill issue.
Super excited about launch. Me too. Question: can you please include up to 3 sounds that players can customize for certain drops? It's off screen so we can look for it. If you have a suggestion for the game, please put it on the suggestion places so we can look at it. I don't write anything down from the stream. This is something that gets suggested fairly regularly. It is way too late to add anything to 1.0. So as far as 1.0 is concerned, no. Beyond that, maybe please put a suggestion on the appropriate suggestion places, forums, Discord, the best places, the dedicated suggestion sections, or just add to another one that's already there, because I know this one's there a few times.
I would kind of like that too. At least like a few levels of sound. Is Ellie already released? No, but it is in 2 weeks' time.
That's an interesting ring. Not for this character.
Favorite mastery to play? I don't think I've played enough Last Epoch to have a favorite yet. Everything I've played has been really fun.
All right. Will there be something like a season's pass in the cycles? We don't have any plans for one, and 1.0 definitely won't have one. It's one of those things that like, I think it's possible to do something like that in a really cool way. I don't think it would fit with our game very well. So we're not planning on doing it. But I think there's ways to, like just like outside of Last Epoch, talking about games in general. I think there are ways to do Seasons Pass style mechanics and systems really well. I don't have a good example of it. I'm sure there are good examples of it. I don't know one off the top of my head, but like I think most of the things that people dislike about Seasons Pass mechanics in general, are fixable.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Because of how we're doing like cycles and the content for those cycles, I feel like it's like if you're gonna break down in very broad terms what a season's pass is and how the cycles are gonna work and all sorts of things, I think you can draw a lot of parallels there. But I don't think formalizing it as a season's pass would be beneficial for our game. And I don't think having it be especially the content to be interacted with being paid is the big problem. So like That's something we don't want to split people on, is like, we don't want you to ever hop into game and say like, all right, I'm going to go do this.
So this one that I'm playing right now was a fresh start yesterday. This was a fresh start yesterday. Now I can't actually reset all my progression, so it wasn't like technically a fresh start, because like I have access to just a buttload of crafting materials and whatnot. But I've barely used any at all, and I haven't pulled anything out of my stash. This has been like whatever I've found is what I'm using. So this is basically the equivalent power I'd expect to have on a league start, right? Like this is, granted there'll be balance changes, so I don't know what's going to happen there, but like, I'm going to be honest, I've never checked my resistances. Ellie is fine, Fizz is a bit low, Poison and Void are a bit low, Necro's fine. I have a little bit of armor. That's pretty decent. %, critical strike avoid. Not quite capped on that. Oh, fire's also a bit low, yeah. Wait, why is my fire not low now? What's happening? Apparently I have way more resistances when my totems are down. I don't know what's causing that. I'm not familiar enough with this build yet, but I'm capped when my totems are down. When they expire, I'm not capped anymore, but they shouldn't all expire at once, so that's fine. Resistance cap is also not as important in this game as it is in PoE. It still is. That's probably not the right way to say it. So again, I could get this slightly off. I might not be nailing the exact numerical bits of everything here, right? But all of my resistances, so there's a few parallels coming from PoE. You assume 75 resistance, right? But in PoE, you've only got 4 resistances. In here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that already makes each individual resistances, on average, worth half as much, right? Because if I get fire res capped in PoE, that's more than a quarter of all the damage that's going to come in, right? Like, it's very important. But when there's 7 resistances, if you're like 5 or 10 too low on one resist, it's not going to impact you as often as it would in PoE. So there's that to start with. Second thing to start with, and this is pretty important, is mobs all have 75 penetration automatically. Like, that's, my mobs are penetrating for 75 here by default. PoE doesn't do that at all. That's fine. That means the game is balanced around the idea that in the end game you would get 75 to all at the end game, and that it would treat it as if it's 0 because they're penning 75, right? That's fine because that's where you balance it. Okay? So that's fine, except if you work out like the math on it, and they don't go negative? No, I'm pretty sure they do. Otherwise, you wouldn't need any resistance. Otherwise, you wouldn't need any. If they didn't go into the negative, then 0 resistance and 75 resistance would be the same thing. But here's the thing. If I'm missing 25 resistance in PoE, I take 100% more damage because of how resistances work, right? If I get hit for 100 and I have 75 resistance, then I take 25 damage. If I'm missing 25% res, I get hit for 100, I take 50 damage instead of 25. So missing 25% res doubles the damage I take, right? That's in PoE. But in here, because the default is you have 75 res and you pen for 75, right? That means if a mob does 100 damage, I take 100 damage. Because that's the way the balance works. If I have 75 res, my cap. But that also means if I'm missing 25% res, then that'll go to negative 25, which means I get hit for 100. I take 125% damage, not 200% damage like in PoE, right? So it doesn't mean res isn't important, but it does mean being a little bit under res cap isn't the end of the world like it is in PoE. If you walk into a map in PoE and all your resistances are 50, you are instantly dead because everything does double damage. Whereas here, if you're missing 25% resistance, everything does 25% more damage, not 100% more damage. So it's not like you don't want to be res capped. You do still want to be res capped. It just isn't the end of the world if you're missing a bit here and there, right? It's not nearly as impactful as it is with PoE. And in some cases, if you're at, 65 to 70 res, that's fine. And it might be better to get like just a little bit more health, because health is going to be defense against all types, or maybe get a bit more armor or something like that, right? There's 8 minutes of ads. It's 3 minutes of ads. Relax. It's literally 3 minutes. It's even on a timer up the top of my screen here. Anyway, we'll keep going here.
Challenge for my season's pass, and your buddy's like, oh, I didn't buy the season's pass, so I don't get to do that challenge. And it's like that's the key interaction that we don't want to happen, really. So yeah, I feel like having it just be more along the lines of, hey, the patch drop, the new cycle's out, and there's this new boss to go fight in the cycle, and it drops cool new gear. Like that's the same thing, really, but instead of it being like a split on the community, it's something that everyone can do together.
How do you open the level 100 echoes?
So we don't look at it like a season's pass, but I think you could like.
Okay, so I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to nail this correctly, but I believe there's this little island that I'm working towards here. This one is connected to these three here. These are like the 3 endgame ones. Once you complete those 3 endgame ones, you get access to the like higher tier of every echo. So like this is progression when you first get here, getting through to this island as quick as possible. This island gives you access to these 3 level 90 ones. And then you complete those 3 level 90 ones and you get the unlock for everything to be the top level one. I believe that's how it works. I'm going to Google it. Overcapped does not nullify pen? No, it does not.
Make an argument for why it's essentially the same thing. right, more questions. Will there be Spellblade getting a balance pass to be competitive balance mastery for mage? I don't have any details on potential upcoming balance changes for 1.0. We do look at various classes for balancing and what's in there?
Wait for patch notes.
Hello? Hey! I'll be quiet belt. Love it. More questions answered. I feel like this question. Squid 997. I think I answered already. I'm taking a week off at launch. Your dedication's impressive. Have been waiting for this for years. Gonna be a blast. I'm gonna
take a week off.
Take a week off work right away, but
maybe take the
a couple weeks after
week
launch,
off.
I might take a week off.
Or at least like a day after launch. There will be server problems. I promise there'll be server problems.
Will we see stack of 4 devs blasting Ellie in a party on release? There's gonna be way more than just 4 of us playing on release, I think. Oh, I've got another one of these. I got something else to share. Another item art. Ooh, I wonder what this one could be. You look at that and you're like, is that a necklace? Is it an idol? Is it a relic? Is it like a catalyst? It's hard to tell. It's a little abstract.
What
do you
is
guys
that?
think it is? What is the feedback you're receiving after announcing item factions?
I don't know what that is.
The general population learning a certain way from what you have seen? I mean, I think the feedback we received was like overwhelmingly positive. Obviously not everyone. There's lots of people that don't like it. And you know, we're never trying to get a perfect situation for everyone. It was, I think it's going to be a very, very good situation for the vast majority of people, which is like so great. I mean, if I'm right there, that's so good. So yeah, it's the feedback and the reactions from the community have been amazing. That's really nice to see. The feedback and reactions for our post like a year and a half ago now, before this, about what we were planning on doing before, that reaction did not feel good at all. This one's really nice though. Did you plan enough sleep the upcoming sprints? I mean, I'm into like little things here and there mode right now. Bulk of my work's done. It's a boat. It could be anything.
Yes.
You know what you want, one of those.
Take care.
And because I set this up beforehand, I can just boom right into the corner. I planned for this, I swear.
There we go. Okay, I have no idea what that item's going to be. The first
let's
item
go
was
right
definitely a
right to the
headhunter.
boss fight.
Don't know what that one is.
What do we have here? Oh, we've got Mark for Death. That's oh good. You just go for it. Just accept Mark for Death in this fight.
Yeah, do it.
Oh,
Don't be a
it's, still
pussy.
it's the version you can still push it, right? Not gonna go well. What's our necro res like? Okay, good. At least that's capped. Physical's basically capped. He doesn't do void, I don't think.
How's the
No
build
guts,
doing?
no glory.
Fantastic. It's real smooth. I actually quite enjoy totems in this game. conflict totems. Try it soon, probably. I love this totem build in this game specifically.
Confirm no
because
bug
it's
fixes
very
for 2 months because the
quick.
staff is blasting.
And it summons 3 totems at once,
no.
and I have 9 totems total, so it actually feels
Get out
good.
there.
Unlike PoE, where you place like one
No, there's
spell
gonna be lots
totem.
of bug fixes right away.
Also, my totems don't just insta die when mobs
There's,
look at them.
there's always some little things that get found.
That helps too.
You go from hundreds of people testing to thousands of people testing. There's new situations that come up every time.
So, did you just say you go from hundreds of people testing to thousands of people testing? So there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people playing on launch. You know that, right? Like at least 100, maybe over 200. You're not looking at thousands of people. You're looking at 100,000 people or more. You know that, right? I'm just saying. You're looking at 100,000 people. Like everybody playing D4 currently that has nothing to do, for instance. Just saying.
Do you guys work using an agile program? No, it ran out early. That was close to being really bad. Do you guys work using agile program? Yeah, we there's not like a specific framework that we're like it's specifically this variant. But yeah, like we have, you know, stand-ups and sprints and all those sorts of things. Kanban boards and all that jazz. Oh, there's something in there that's blocking that dash from happening. So we're just gonna walk in and out. Just nice and easy. Nice and easy. You don't need any movement skills. Just gotta react quickly.
Nah. We want something a bit less casual than D4, but not as hardcore as PoE. Yes. This definitely suits
I'm gonna
that.
die to it at some point.
Definitely suits.
Oh, no. I didn't see it at all. I got complacent. Oh, that's not where I want to be. Boom, boom. All right, 17 all res is gonna be hard to beat. Crit avoidance is nice. What's our crit avoidance like?
RPG streamer today. How you doing? Just listening to this dev stream from
It's
yesterday.
not cat, which is a problem.
He's
I think
answering a
17
bunch of
res
questions
is-
and whatnot.
It's more important.
Been pretty good so far. I
I feel like
have heard
pulling
of
them
this
out
guy
that to
before,
crit
but I
avoidance is
haven't
probably
actually
easier.
seen him do anything before. Seems pretty good.
Oh yeah, let's look. Yes, there's the. This is the green portal. Oh, that might not be a green portal. They were all doing it. I said I would check and I just didn't earlier.
Yo, this group here won't die. I don't know what's going on, but they do not want to die.
Will we ever not be able to move bosses around? It feels wrong. Yes, February 21st. All right.
There's something going on there. Oh, is that
Let's
a proximity
go.
shield?
I guess we got like 5 minutes left. There's not really much to do.
Do I just have to
Do you know
like
if there's
run
a fix
in?
in 1.0 or if the team is aware of a bug where if you die, you can't respawn? That happens numerous times to me, and I did report it as well. If you report it, we're aware of it. It's either on the list to fix, or it's been fixed, or you know, it's somewhere in that pipeline. I don't know where it is in that pipeline. Sorry. Damage kicks, and welcome with your raiding party. We don't have much time in the stream left. It's about 5 minutes left, so yeah, it won't be too much to see and do, but we'll try and have some fun stuff. This way, let you see that. Probably asked before, but any talks of a title system for completing hard and extremely hard tasks, for example, like old Guild Wars titles back in the day. I know them well. Love those titles. I still not Guild Wars this title, but I still remember getting the Grand Crusader title. It's like wore that for like 4 expansions past Wrath to the point where no one knows what it's for anymore, and you're like, it's really hard, I swear, guys. Go look up Grand Crusader WoW title. Yes, there is I would say some loose plans for title systems. And I can see there being something added. We don't have anything right now. Yeah, I'm caught up. It feels good. It feels weird. What do I usually do with my hands? Is this normal?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Yeah, so we're just gonna we're really looking forward to launch. This whole thing's been a little overwhelming for me, personally.
Yeah, I bet.
But really cool. Is that how we're gonna end stream? Is that what we're gonna do?
I mean,
Oh, that was so dumb.
yeah.
3 minutes left. Spam some questions. Go for it.
3 minutes left. Spam some questions. Do it.
I just can't wait to be able to actually say that we've released a game. I think that's a big part of it for me.
I mean,
On just like a personal level.
I mean, it's ready though. Like,
10-year-old
it's ready,
Mike's really
though.
excited about that. How does it feel to have made the best RPG? I really appreciate the confidence and the faith and the praise there. I love being in the conversation for best ARPG, and it feels fantastic to be in that conversation.
I am very much enjoying this game. PB's still gonna win. I apologize, but like,
and like, on top of that, the people who are also in like that conversation, Yooo, at the forefront of that conversation, have been so great. Yeah, just great. It's been awesome.
nice.
Feels like being welcomed into the locker room, you know.
I like how they didn't even mention D4.
You know, maybe you're playing on separate benches sometimes, but it feels good. This is the last boss for the stream. Oh, come on. Just one more. No! Yes! There we go. Down here. There's the green portal. Use the animation. That was the green portal. That's the one thing I wanted to check before the stream ended. All right.
Talking about good ARPGs.
Couple questions here at the very end. I'll just answer. What are the plans on reworking set items? I can't give you details. I'm sorry. It's gonna be awesome. Will there be video footage of EHG at go live moment? We don't have an office. We're not all together in the same room. So like we'll be on like a call talking and all that sort of stuff. But like it's not gonna be. It's not a big room with all of us gathered or anything like that. Sorry.
That sounds like you've made it easier to record footage.
Some maps optimization is number 2 on our priority list, behind multiplayer awesomeness.
Just saying.
You guys talk with GGG, share any insider secrets? I know nothing that would make PoE fans excited. Any information like that. I have nothing. We got to meet some of them at Gamescom. And there's been a few other meets as well, but like Gamescom was the first time I got to meet any of them in person, and it was awesome. That was so much fun. That was really cool. Thank you so much for the stream. Make sure to rest well. I will. Thank you. Congrats on being recognized and mentioned by Grinding Gear Games on PoE for your trade and auction house system. Thanks. Yeah, that was a little wild too. Saw that video. That was very cool. Like, and like that's the sort of thing. Like they've been really great. They've been, yeah, it's been awesome. Anyways, that'll just about do it for me here. Also, you may have noticed at the start of the stream we had cool new graphics. I've got a cool right, be right back. Ooh, new one. And then this is one. We're done. So thanks for stopping by, everyone. I appreciate you all. Yeah, I hope you had a ton of fun, and hope I'll be back. Oh yeah, I'll be back same time, same place next week. If I did not answer your question, and you would like to get it answered, please head on over to our Discord, Ask the Devs channel. Answer questions there all the time.
I kind of want to go attend that live next time they do a thing. That was pretty cool. Is that going to be at a time frame that's like woefully inconvenient for me, like the launch time? I feel like it is. Do they do it weekly? Yeah, I mean like time of day. Can you link this guy's stream? Yes, and I should have, but I didn't. because I just closed it off because it was on a different computer, not the one I actually game on. Shit. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see if I can find that. Ba-da-ba. So, first of all, this was the YouTube that we just watched. And second, that should be the Twitch link. There you go. Okay, now I can turn my own sounds back up again. There we go. Yeah, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. I really quite like that. I could see that that wouldn't work for GDG. They couldn't just have like fucking, like Rory couldn't just sit there and play the video game while answering questions from chat. Like, I don't know how many people were in that stream, just judging by like how much he was replying and whatnot, and like how the conversations were going. I would have to say definitely more than 80, definitely less than 500. Somewhere in that range. But if someone from PoE tried to do that, it would be, you know, here's 25,000 people in chat. Good luck. Like, you couldn't. you couldn't do it. It would be horrendous. Right after the faction announcements, right at the edge of the impossible to do with one man. The stream they had right at the end of the item faction announcements was like right at the edge of impossible with one man, like 31 minutes behind chat at the end. Do you know how many viewers were there for that? Just finished my 7-7 with Marionette since the build. Nice. I've lost BGD spot. Stream a shit times me. Fair enough. How fast chat is moving is at least double the normal viewers. Fair enough. I know from experience that even when I'm like on my game, I start to struggle like pretty consistently at somewhere around 500 or 600. If there's like 500 or 600 people there, it starts to become like a pretty decent struggle. I'm sure it's something you'd get better at over time if it was always that busy. I'm sure you get better. I have no idea how to keep up with it. Me either. Although, to be fair, Ziz has done a pretty good job of... You know, there's a better phrase for this. That's not what I meant. Figure out how you're supposed to say that. Let's say teaching. He's done a pretty good job of teaching his audience to like not just spam garbage constantly. Like when he's got 2,000 viewers, his chat moves at the speed of somebody who's got 500 to 700 viewers. But they're all real people. They're all there. They're just not. They're not encouraged to just spam nonsense all the time, like people are in a lot of other places. Not that what he's doing is not still impressive. It's still very impressive that he can keep up at that level. But a part of why that's so good is because he doesn't have a chat full of Pepega idiots. And that certainly helps. He's done a good job of cultivating a mature audience. Yeah. Yeah, just in general. But it looks like I should be able to go through here, but I can't. Some serious because it still can't handle chat. Can anyone help me? I'm stuck in a story quest. I can't speak with the guy. I need to. He just won't talk, and I can't interact with the storage chest. My first advice is relog. There are still a few bugs left in this game that just like behave really weirdly that fix themselves whenever you relog. So I would just be hoping it's one of those. But otherwise I'm still pretty new to being over on LE, so I don't know all of the common bugs and how to fix them. Maybe somebody in chat does if relogging doesn't work, but... No.
What brings you here of yourself?
Echo complete. Ooh. Still just gonna do this though. Not working after the relog. I'll make something else. There has to be a solution for that. There must be like some kind of known bug. Unfortunately, I don't know what their answers are. So quiet with my marionettes turned off for good. Yeah, I can see that. I had to turn off my combat sounds to play marionettes as well. They were kind of cool right at the beginning. I was like, boom, 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 boom. Ah, that rhythmic explodes pretty cool. And then after you've played for like an hour, you're just like, shut the fuck up. Uh-oh. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I kind of saw that happening right at the end and was like, oh, whoops. That's probably something I'm not supposed to stand in. My bad. I really should start playing it early, but MFing is so good. It really is. That's okay. Oh, off-screen death like PoE. That wasn't an off-screen death. There was a huge indicator on the ground that I failed to move out of for like 4 straight seconds that then one-shot me. That was not an unfair death. I deserved that. On the bright news, 8-foot Pac-Man, which by the way would be fucking scary seeing an 8-foot Pac-Man. Anyway, on the bright side, Last Epoch is most certainly a game that you could start blind with absolutely no idea what you were doing on the day of launch and still have a really, really good time and not hardcore fuck yourself as well. So you could just enjoy MFing all the way up to launch day. And then just be like, all right, boom, I'm a Last Epoch player now. And you'll be fine. This huge AoE that I was supposed to not stand in. And then this huge AoE that I'm supposed to... Ah! And that one hurts as well. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh. Oh, that was my fault. That was 100% my fault. Be better. Be better, Baylor. Be better, Baylor. Do a better job. Oh God, you can't walk out there. Oh God. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, did I not make it in time? Shit. Okay. I wish I had a movement ability. I don't actually have like a blink or anything right now. I wish I did have. Yeah, so far. Well, it's important to remember that I'm not good at video games. I forget that sometimes. It is what it is. Dragon took a handful of attempts to beat it the first time. I've got it this time. I got it this time. I know what's going on now. I got it now. Excuse me. Ugh. Oh. Okay, see, told you I got it this time. No problem, easy. Should have been as amazing. D4 does polish better than anybody. The problem is polished turds are still just turds. Chance to ignite minion fire damage. 60% chance for the nearest minion to target. Nearest minion to the target location to cast Dragon Flame Nova when you use a minion skill. Okay, I don't know what that is. Lawn bowls, wobbly rocks are fun. I actually love lawn bowls. Actually, I started playing lawn bowls when I was about 19. I actually love it. Which some people would say it's far too young to be playing lawn bowls. Here, but you skip to all this after Lagoon. I think you can actually do it before Lagoon. I finished the entire story because I like campaigns. I know that might make me a weirdo, but like I liked the campaign and I was okay with just continuing on with the campaign. You're just killing monster either way. It's all about the progression. Yep. And like the whole thing just makes more sense to me to finish the campaign first before I start the endgame activity. It's nice that you don't have to for the people who are like, oh, I really just don't want to do the campaign anymore. Like, it's fine. That's fine. But I just want to finish the campaign. That's all. And then I'll go do the endgame stuff. The bug, I went back to kill the boss to let the old man use a TB to return to town, and it still says nothing. That is weird. I don't know what causes that, but I do know that if you just hit escape, there's report a bug, and you don't have to go anywhere, and you don't have to post anything on the forums, and you can just type what's going on and tell them, and it would be useful if you think you've encountered a bug to just quickly do that. On the other hand, Ellie does have campaign skips within T1 dungeons. Geared characters are campaign skips. Wait, what? Not since lunch. Yeah, I'm not like super hungry right now either, though, so take your time, whatever. Engine keys. All right, but how are they skips though? I may have just dropped 130 div charm off one of those mini bosses. Nice. Like, how are those dungeons skips for ults though? Like, we're talking, where are they? Like these ones right here? Like them things? Huh. Wouldn't you still have to do the things though? Like, you've still got to like get all your extra passive points and all your idols unlocked and that sort of shit. Do you still have to do all that?
Yes.
Have you got any sort of trade or multiplayer in LE yet? Yes. Haven't looked into it about a year. We'll dive into 1.8 later this month. So right now you can do basic multiplayer exists. That was a few months back. And you can technically trade with people in your party. You can like send the item to them and that's it. But as long as they were there when it dropped. But as of the 1.0 launch, there's like a whole fucking system. There's a bazaar. It's like similar to an auction house, but not quite. And like whole thing, there's like a whole big thing about it. Launches in 2 weeks. We made a command for it. I can't remember what the command was. Was it? No. Nah, I don't remember what it was. But there's like a whole post. That's the one. That's the one right there. It looks very, very interesting. Alright. I will be back in just a moment though. Need to visit the bathroom. Back in a tick. Why always would have AFK? You tug Tommy? How you doing? Just organize around additional analog skill points. There's a midsection of such activities. Cast while stepping others. That'll be relatively cool once I learn how to do it. This bug's really annoying. I can't actually summon totems at a one of these quest things at all. It's a consistent 100% of the time bug. I have to like walk past it and find a wall to try and summon totems against a wall that's in range. Because I just literally, it literally won't let me summon totems on the quest thing. I don't know why. Happen mouse and keyboard too? No, it's a controller problem. So like if I clear this out, see I summon totems, nothing happens. If there's another mob nearby, I can summon them on them, or I can summon them on the wall if I walk past, if there's a wall nearby, but I can't actually summon on the thing. Look at red herring yesterday. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do that in like. Onto the quest mob thingy here. I must either drag monsters to it to summon totems on them, or walk past it and summon totems into a wall if there is one nearby. That's pretty much it, right? Like it's repeatable. Like it's not like a bug that happens once every now and then. This is repeatable. Well, I'll leave it. I'll leave it because at least they know what quest item it is. Like what thing. Because it's those dudes. If I use the keyboard, it's fine. Like I could, because they don't summon on mobs. They don't try and auto target anywhere. They just summon wherever you click. So it works fine with the keyboard and mouse. Which is also not really a problem. Like I can play with the keyboard and mouse, it's fine. Overdo to auto lock. And you can push it one now? No. At least not that I know of. Did you see the other problems with controller that I was having yesterday, Shirts? With the like hotkeys and stuff? I honestly think they're a bigger deal. It's something I like really hope gets fixed. Yeah, the unbindable stuff, yeah. The unbindable stuff is actually like a big problem. Control asset musical. No. Not at all. Good question though. It was a good idea. Morning. Shouldn't give myself those keybinds are locked. Showing different to the ones you can rebind. Yep. I don't remember casting toggles for skills. I don't think there's one of them for any skills. I think they all default to the equivalent of do not move while casting. Where you tick that on PoE so that you just cast the skill at your maximum range if it's outside of it, and that's just the default here. Is LE free to play like PoE? Yeah, no, it's buy to play, but it's also very cheap, and you will never have to buy anything ever again. Like even their stash tabs and whatnot are all things that are bought with in-game currency. All of their MTXs will be MTXs only. Like can you fucking not? I'm busy looking at items. It's also significantly cheaper than D4, by the way, like significantly. And if you feel like it, you can just buy it from Steam, but if you feel like it, you can also buy it from my Nexus store, which basically just gives me the cut that Steam would have made. And you can still just link it with Steam anyway, so you can launch through the Steam client and everything. Which you can find at !Nexus. See, I have no problem with self-promotion when it's like the Nexus store for a game you're gonna buy anyway. Or like the ! Gloves for things that like this that I like. And I'm really terrible at being like, everybody should check Twitch Primes and do the things and take Jeff Bezos's money. I'm so bad at remembering to do that, and I'm real good at like pushing towards other things. Other things are fine.
Yes.
Is the bot okay? Good question. That should have worked. Is it even worth selling items? Just made 1 core gold, you've got 3 million. So I've got 3 million because it's not a new thing. Like, I had 3 million already before I started this character. The amount of gold I just got is a relevant amount day one early. But also, like, I had to pick them all up to be able to tell what was worth having or not. So vendoring it is more just to get it out of my inventory and quicker than dropping it all back on the ground. nice. The experimental things are here too. Armor applies the damage over time seems huge. By the way. Like that seems like a really good, really good thing to have.
Take care.
So I'm gonna work on before launch. This is not the kind of game where I can just give you a forever loot filter. Like I can't just do that. But what I can do is set out an entire filter structure that's generic enough for everybody to take, and then be like, here's the structure of the entire filter from head to toe and how to set it up for your class. It'd be awesome. I suck at setting up basic loot filters. I think it'd be really easy for everyone to set up their own filter, so long as you have the structure of the filter in place already. Like if the whole structure's already there, then I think it'll be pretty easy. I'm at 90 all res and 77k. Also, our Pumpkin. Yep. Later, do you slap things? I'm a totem build. This build is a totem build. Those green things I'm putting down, I'm pulling the trigger for that. Like I'm a totem build in this build. It's just that in this game, totem summoning is so quick that like this is how long it takes me. Like that stutter step, that's me summoning a set of totems. Like the cast speed on summoning totems is actually quite quick. Also, here's the this is basically the generic filter that I'm gonna set up. I'll be following something along this path where there'll be two sections for each piece of gear. One that shows that I'll fill out that shows any decent gear for anybody, right? And then one that'll be labeled strict, and it'll have basically nothing filled out. It'll just have it'll just be set up for you to pick the right modifiers for you. And as you progress, you'll be like, okay, so I need this modifier and that modifier and that modifier on rings. I'm looking for rings that have this and this and this. And you'll just be like, okay, so I want these rings and I want them to look like this. And then what you'll do is you'll just be like, I don't want those generic rings anymore. Bye. Now I only want my strict ones. And so I'll set up the generic ones so that they work on every class and give you only gear that could be useful to someone, but it won't be to you. And by the time you make it to endgame, you'll have some idea of what kind of stats you're looking for, and you will have to set your own strictness up. But I'll just have all of the structure of the filter sitting there, and it'll be very simple and very easy to just alter your own character on the go. It's only the initial setup of the filter that I think is even remotely hard. Do that more often than I'd like to admit when I'm watching people in their inventory of PoE all the time. I don't think I've ever done that before. I'll tell you what I have done before. I've tried to level up somebody's gems on the side of their screen while watching them play PoE before. There's an inventory extension. Is I open to see the inventory open with ranges. It's fair. Now that I've taken the second pierce node on this build, I realized that I should have taken that real early while leveling. It's actually troll that none of these guys have the second pierce node. It's actually troll. You want at least 2 pierce. People learn about gear possibilities for the first time doing it. I can never at least go through it once. It's actually really good and really simple, and the fact that you can do it in game is amazing. it is again. Summon. Gonna run into the wall. Summon totems at the wall. And how many third-party tools will become mandatory to play LE eventually? What makes you think that? Cast magic missile at the darkness. It's a bug that my arrows miss when I'm shooting directly at some enemies. So annoying. Yes. It is a known problem. Is this a one button build? Essentially. Not necessarily, but most of the time. Like I have a button to heal as well. Like I have a heal button. And eventually when I get a particular ring, this button that drops these little tiny plants down here, these ones, that'll actually be a teleport button. So I'll have a movement skill eventually. Which I currently don't have. Imagine there'll be some kind of price checking tool if the game blows up, but I can't imagine ever needing anything more than that. Here's the thing. I think if a price checking tool became existent for this game and they made the decision that they were okay with it, they would just develop a price checking tool and put it in the game. That seems like the kind of thing that they do. They don't have the same philosophy on those things that we're used to from PoE. Like that, the whole mindset of the community will do it, we don't have to, is not something that they really seem to share. Most places don't. That's a PoE thing, and it's fine. I don't mind it for PoE, but it isn't like what's happening here. They're explicitly not adding a trade API, so there is no way for the tool to check prices and having it plug into the game is something to be considered legal. True. Alright. So you don't need an API to have a price checking tool. We can use World of Warcraft as an example. In this case, there is no API for the World of Warcraft auction house, but there are still price checking tools. Auctionator or whatever it is. I'm not saying that would happen here. I'm just saying that's not the only way. You're right. There's no way to access an API out of the game. There is still one in the auction house, but you also can't access that API at all unless you're at that auction house. Basically, so all that add-on does then is get all of that data and then remember it and just tell you what the last time it searched at was, right? Like that's all that add-on does. It just tells you what price it was last time you hit search. It's not actually searching the trade site all the time. Right, I'm just saying like the way we do it with GGG's stuff isn't the only way to do it. Like there are plenty of other ways. But then back to my original point, which is if something like that came out, 11th Hour would even decide they're okay with it and then develop a version of it themselves and put it in the game, or decide they're not okay with it and put a stop to it. Those would be the options. Like that feels like what they would do. Not like just, I don't think they would just let us continue using third-party tools like MPOE. I think they would either be, that's okay. I actually don't mind that. That's a good thing. We'll put it in. We'll do a thing. Or they'd be like, actually not happy with that. Stop. So the point there isn't explicitly for like an auction house or a price checker. It's just that I don't think we're going to become reliant in this game on third-party tools, because the idea that I get from them is like, if something was developed that they liked enough, they would do it. They would add it to the game. And if it was something they didn't want, they would disallow it. Like it wouldn't be a thing where we become reliant on these third-party tools. They would either go, nope, that's no good, don't do it, or actually that's fantastic, let's add that into the game ourselves. As much as I like that one, it's gone. It's not quite good enough. "52% of current mana gained is ward when you stop moving every 2 seconds. Cool. We'll also blow that up. Hopefully I get those minion physical damage ones. Nice. Oh, hello. Why do you have to be such good rolls on such a bad piece? You'll do though. MSI is good. I don't know how they feel about it. I know how I would want it to work. Like, if my version of it being perfectly balanced would be that on every league start, everybody, or the majority of people, would want to start as the trade faction and would want to use that and use trade and sell things and amass items and do progression, and then at some point would want to try and move from that to the other faction later on during the league. That would be great. I would love that. Hope the system works, but also spec down the line it just gets merged in so that everybody can trade. I hope that doesn't happen. This is the absolute coolest trade system I have ever seen launched. I like to think of myself as somebody who's got a pretty good handle on game economies and how they function. And I have absolutely no fucking clue how this is going to work. I've never seen it before. I have absolutely no idea. And I think anybody claiming they already know how it's going to shake out is absolutely delusional. I don't even think 11th Hour Game knows how it's going to go. I don't think anybody knows how it's going to go. What I do know for sure is that I'm real excited to see somebody try something different. Because I am incredibly anti-auction house. I couldn't be more anti-auction house if I tried. Futures trading is just so bad. That's where you lose me. Currently I think PoE has the best trade system of any game that's ever existed. So that's where you lose me. Yep. Guess what people refer to as currency trading is bad. Yeah, just for currency, I can see how people feel that way. But if instead of trying to buy currency, you just sell it, it's so quick and easy and simple. Like, it's so quick, easy, and simple, and it's just, you just gotta learn how to do that. And it's not hard to learn either. I think a part of why I like Path of Exile's trade so much is because it's an acquired skill that you can learn, which means it's another avenue of the game that you can become better at than other people. And when you're better at using trade, you profit more. And that's a large part of what I get out of PoE, is learning and getting better and then being better than other people. So having just another avenue where I can improve and be better than other people is good to me. I like that. And like, I've done this plenty of time. I've done like either 0 to Hero or Working Class Exile. I've done a few of those series where I only play like an hour and a half a day or something total. But because I've developed the skill, because I know how to use the trade, even if I only get an hour to play, I can still do plenty of things. I don't get stuck for 20 minutes trying to buy something. When I try and buy something, it's instant all the time. Like, it doesn't matter if I want to buy a 10 divine item or 10 divines worth of items, or a 4 chaos item, or a 1 chaos item, or a single map. I get trades instantly all the time. At the same time, it's just learning. Yeah, and that is what I really like about it. I like the learning part. I like that I was able to learn. I was able to get better. I've been able to teach people. But I can see that that isn't for everyone. Like, I get why there are plenty of people who don't like it, and I understand why. Can we just max out both factions with 2 characters? I think you can max out both factions with 1 character if you want to. Because you can change between them whenever you want, and they will remember how much... They remember how much, like reputation you've earned when you swap. So if you max one out and then you change, and you max the other one out and you want to change back, you can just swap back and you'll be maxed. can, but it'll apparently take a while. Sure, but that was... You could just do it on 2 characters if you wanted. I'm like, well, you could just do it on 1 character if you wanted. Right?
Yes. Take care.
Still got only 1200 life. Probably should do something about that. Similar to them. I don't know if that's overly fair. I mean, it's kind of fair. It's kind of fair if you leave out the or similar games part. It's like, if learning isn't for you, if you don't enjoy learning and you just want to blindly murder mobs, probably don't play PoE, to be honest. Like, probably go somewhere else. If learning is something you don't want to bother doing, it's probably not the game for you. This dinner just looks like slop. I think it was originally a lasagna that didn't get baked right, and now it's just like melted cheese and meat in a plate. It's not even a good one. It's just one of those like frozen ones from the store. Just one of those like frozen ones from Woolies or whatever. Guys. Yesterday, my mum fucked up cooking instant noodles. How? Did she burn the water? Two ways she fucked up cooking instant noodles. The first thing she did was she emptied the instant noodles into a pan and then didn't do anything with the satchel full of stuff that you're supposed to add to it. Just didn't put that in. Just left it. So it's just plain noodles. And then she put in, roughly, by my guess, 5 to 6 times as much water as you were supposed to put in. And then cooked it on the stove with about 5 to 6 times as much water. It's this thing full of water and this little bit of noodles in the bottom and none of the packet. None of the packet of flavor. Did she do it on purpose? No. I'm telling you, in this house, people don't make food. There's no good cooks here. It was still edible, but she didn't put it in too much water intentionally. She just fucked up. And then when she started eating it, she was like, these are really bland. And it was because she hadn't put in the thing. It's also probably got something to do with like this is probably also why I can't cook. Nobody in my house ever knew how to cook. Everybody in this house hates cooking. I never learned growing up to cook at all. I still barely know how to cook now. Right, but now I don't want to. I hate it. Everything is a learned skill. I can learn how to do anything. I can hate cooking. Miserable, miserable experience. The worst of every single household chore is cooking food. Preparation of food is the absolute worst job of any job. It's easy to find excuses. I don't know if that counts as an excuse. Like, it's actively not something I want to do. An excuse would be like, oh, I don't have the time, or oh, it's so hard, or oh, I can't afford to cook, or no, none of those are the reasons. The reason is I don't fucking want to. Cooking's shit. I don't think that counts as an excuse. Why is your shit dying? Because it's miserable, and it often takes at least 30 minutes, if not several hours, depending on what you're cooking. You have to plan ahead of time. You have to be at the store knowing what you're going to cook later. You have to organize all of that. You have to buy the food, bring it home. You have to store the food, usually at the correct fucking temperature. Can't just be wherever it wants. And then later on, when you've decided to cook the thing, you have to find all the pans, pots, whatever else it is you're using, get all of the individual ingredients out, mix them in whatever fucking way they have to be mixed, put them in stoves, ovens, whatever, do all of that shit. And then at the end of like what ends up being a total of, including the buying and planning stage, at least 40 to 45 minutes per meal, all I've got is food. This can get me food in about 18 seconds. I go tap, 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 and then food shows up. I would very happily, and have very happily in the past, done absolutely all the cleaning, clean the kitchen, do all the dishes, dry everything, put everything away, all of that. I'll do all of that every single day, if it means that the other person cooks for me. This is not a laziness thing. This is how much I hate cooking. I will do all of the other stuff if I don't have to do the food prep. Just, the only thing I want to have to do with food is eating it. If I could just eat it, I'll do all the cleanup. I'll do all the cleanup every time. Also, delivered food to my house, 100 out of 100 times tastes better than anything I could prepare myself. Or anything anyone in this house could ever prepare. 100 out of 100 times. You're practicing a build for launch, or are you not going to play in the league? Oh, I'm only ever going to play in the leagues, or the cycles. Just call them leagues, buddy. We all know they're leagues. I will only play in the leagues. Right now, I'm just sort of getting used to playing Last Epoch again, although this is like a top contender for the builds that I think I want to league start with, but I don't know what I'm going to league start with. This is certainly a top contender though. Like, it's right up there. It might be one of the ones I start. What do you think about the poison minion necro? I'm going to be honest, I don't know anything about it. Just at all. Oh, look like I kind of hit right. Nope. And I was to play with the controller with the loot all button. Wait, there's a loot all button? What the fuck? I've been spamming my loot button to pick everything up. What's the loot all button? So the controller? I do. It's not a long push of the same button. Let's check settings. I also have a keyboard and mouse. I do all my inventory management and speccing and all of that with a keyboard and mouse. I just do the gameplay section with a controller. And the answer is because my hands hurt all the time. You might notice I wear compression gloves all the time. This isn't like these little fingerless gloves. They're not a fashion statement. I didn't wake up one morning and think, gee, what could I do to look more like a lesbian biker? Those are compression gloves because my hands are screwed. So any game that lets me play with a controller comfortably for long periods of time, I tend to gravitate towards that just because it feels a lot better for me. It doesn't hurt my hands. I can play on the keyboard and mouse all day, as long as I wear the lesbian biker gloves, but I'd rather not. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Stream Elements, eh? All right, we were looking for a loot all button. Oh, I just assumed that was lightning arrow. Did I make my own loot filter? Not for this. I did not make my own loot filter for this, but I have edited it quite a bit since it got given to me. I will be making my own loot filter, a generic one for everybody to take. I have a way to make doing your own loot filters significantly easier. To begin with, it's already pretty easy to make your own loot filter. It's very easy once somebody shows you. It's pretty easy to do, but I can make it significantly easier for you by building the entire structure of a filter and building generic sets, and then making like one short video explaining to you how to do your own stricter sets. And then the deal will be you run with my filter the way it is, and once you get to endgame and you've started to got like moderately okay gear in all the slots, that's when you have to start making your own stricter versions, which I will just provide the entire like structure for already, but not actually fill out, so that it's way easier for everybody else to get into. Once you've done that once or twice, I do not believe that anybody will really have any trouble making their own filter from scratch. It's just a little daunting when you first look at it for the first time. It looks like there's a billion options and you don't know what to do with it yet. But once you've done it once or twice, it's then pretty easy. Like, it's a lot easier than making your own filter is in other games. Speaking of 1.0, I think they're just talking about the shards. Like you saw those all those crafting shards. When you pick up one of any of the crafting shards, it auto loots all the crafting shards around it, but it isn't auto looting any gear. Like you've got to pick up each individual piece of gear still. The one thing I didn't see in generic loot filters is that they usually not filter things that I don't want to pick up for my build or even my class. And I have no easy config for that. So you will have. So you will have with mine. You'll have an easy config for that. So I won't be able to give you a generic filter that will filter out all of those things for your class or your build, right? But I will be able to set it up in such a way that like everything can be separate. Like your build just doesn't use staffs. Okay, we'll just hide all staffs, right? You'll just be able to be like, no staffs, bye, right? Or what's the thing here? If everything is like all here already, right? Like let's say I've already selected the good belts as part of the good filter, but now you need affixes. Well, okay. So now everything is separated in here. If there are class specific things, they're all separated in class specific for belts. This actually only shows you modifiers that can exist on belts and has all the ones for the rogue class in the rogue heading. So if you're playing a primalist, we're going to look in primalist. I like spell damage for totems. That's really good. Minion critical strike multiplier, minion spell. That's good. Cast speed for totems. That's good for me. Totem critical strike chance. That's good for me. Right? So I take the shit that's good for me from my class and my build, and then confirm, update, and boom, now the filter's customized to me. Only for belts, because I just did belts, right? But like, you get the idea. It looks really intimidating when you open up an empty loot filter. And I think that's most people's problem. They open up the filter, it's empty, and they go, I don't know where to start. So I think that if I provide new people with the basic structure of a loot filter and some generic filters that are good, hide all normal items, hide all magic items at a certain level, etc., then by the time you've reached the end game, you'll start to have an idea of what kind of things you want. And if I already have the strict version sitting right there for you to fill out and the structure already done, it'll be a lot easier for people to do their own filters at that point. Yes, there are definitely tools that can like automate it, but those seem like more advanced things. They're not, they're a good starting point, but you really should edit after that anyway. So I think at least for new players, for the first time playing, which is the idea, right? Like I'm coming over here for the first time. What do? I think having a basic filter that had all the structure set up for you and a video showing you how to do each individual set would be more beneficial than just being like, just grab one from this website, lol. It's just, once you know how to do it, it's so much easier to do. PoEs is certainly significantly more powerful, but also literally can't be done in game. And I could spend 20 hours teaching somebody about Filter Blade and still miss things. Whereas I believe that I could teach people how to use filters in Last Epoch in 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes I can teach you how to make your own loot filters.
Yes.
Maybe not like off the cuff like right now, but definitely in a 10-minute YouTube video.
Take care.
As far as am I maxed out on gear, I'm not even into the level like 100 rifts yet. This is like a league start. I'll be at this level of gear by the end of day 1 on launch. Like this is a practice run. This is not good gear at all. Oh, they aren't rifts, they're monoliths. They're monoliths, they're rifts, they're maps, they're whatever I call them. I'll probably call them maps most of the time. It's me, Natalie Marie. How you doing? Have you tried dungeons? I actually haven't yet. I have no idea how those work. I have found a few keys for them, but I don't even know like what they do or why I would be there or what they give that isn't dropping in here. I have no idea. Nice. All right, let's see. What are these dungeons even for? I've got like a whole bunch of keys. I got a lightless key, a temporal sanctum key, a soulfire key, and an arena key, but I know what the arenas are. What does corruption actually do? Make stuff harder and more rewarding. Right, so temporal lets me add legendary potential. So that's something I'll care about later, but not now. Other two haven't played since release. You could still run it for now. You'll drown in keys. Okay, but I feel like my number one priority should be getting these 3 done. Right? Like you want this shit done so that you can unlock the level 100 stuff. Like it doesn't feel like now is the time for dungeons. That's all. Feels like now is the time to do these right now. Like we're not even in the level 100 stuff. The different dungeon types, there's at least 3 different dungeons, or at least 3 that I have keys for so far, plus an arena, plus these monoliths. So that's like 4 different endgame things you can do. I don't know if there's anything else. It could be faction quests. We don't actually really know everything about the factions yet. It could be more content or things to do with factions. Gonna blow that up. That up. I want that. Damn it. Wanted the other one. Nope. Nope. Control news, just an Xbox one.
Yes.
I mean, that's better than what I've got on.
Take care.
Nice. That'll do. $43 million damage instead of 24. I don't really care about the other thing anymore. An extra potion slot. More damage. Always press the more damage button.
Who are you?
Are you going to reacquaint yourself with Ellie? Mostly just reacquainting myself with it, I guess. Like, I'm about to make it to the level 100 stuff, but that also existed before. We did listen, however, today to the dev stream that happened earlier, or like yesterday or the day before or whatever it was. And apparently there are definitely, well, not apparently, there are definitely some, like, while there isn't necessarily new content for the end game, there are quite a few reworks that are happening. The way we interact with it's going to be different. The progression through tiers is going to be a little faster. The way to get corruption is going to be a little bit faster. We should be getting to the level 100 rifts, or monoliths, whatever they're called, a bit faster as well. Quite a few reworks, sounds like. Just like changes to how we interact with shit. But that'll all be 1.0 in the 2 weeks time. So yeah, I'm definitely mostly just getting used to it again. I just don't want the whole game to feel super foreign when I log in on launch. And just be like constantly confused. Like, oh, what am I supposed to do? What are things that look like this? Who's a loot filter? That's how I always feel, but I'm old. I'm also getting pretty old.
Take care.
There's absolutely no shot that I don't make my own like filter from scratch. I feel like I have to. Yeah, I do like playing totem builds, especially league starting totem builds, at least when they're good.
You there, help me.
Next, the big dude.
Lost refuge is gone and I am all that is left. Dying with me trouble. My magic has no equal. Perish. Wait. Is hopeless.
Cool. Okay. Okay. I see how it is.
The void consumes war.
Okay, as long as I pay attention, doesn't seem too bad to me.
Magic has no equal. Perish. White blood, it is hopeless.
Look at that. Mechanics that you can understand. Like instantly recognizable don't stand here areas. Enough time to move out of them, but not so much time that it's trivial and I can skip it. And I bet that those big moves one-shot me if I do fuck it up. I bet they hurt a lot. Ooh. Okay, cool. Shard drop, skill shard drop, class specific shard drop. Is that all? I'll do some class specific ones. That was a cool boss fight. That was cool. Right, and that lit up this beacon. Because it's one of the 3 things that unlocks the good timeline stuff. On that mushroom thing the picture carb uses, I have no idea, to be honest. That shit is an auto bomber. Nice. You do seem to get way the fuck too many keys. I don't know if we end up using a lot of them later, but like, you get a lot of keys. Uniques and LP crafting because it's rare. Yeah, but like you get a lot. So, like, are you gonna use a lot? Arena keys sell well? Like to the vendor or to other players? Good afternoon, please tell me what your budget for the min-max is for the min-max version of Popcorn Spectres. Oh lord. I have no idea. Like, I know people who spent 300 or 400 div putting one together, and I know a guy who spent 4 mirrors putting one together. I feel like the min-max budget is whatever you've got. I think the min-max budget is whatever you can afford. keys look like they're only worth 200 gold each. Unless it's just arena keys. Oh, arena keys are worth 6,500 gold apiece. And the other keys are worth 200 gold apiece. Okay. That is quite the discrepancy, not gonna lie. If we're talking about comfortably clearing maps and bosses, but not their Uber version, then you could do it on the budget version that I already had. I actually killed several of the Ubers on the budget version that I did in a private league. It was already strong enough for that.
Yes.
I wouldn't do 7 of 7 Ubers on that budget, but it could do some of the easier ones and it could do all the non-Ubers. Is last epoch worth a shot? I bought and almost done the campaign, but I can't get past my addiction to PoE at the moment. Yes, it's 100% worth a shot. I think long term, last epoch is the only, well, 11th Hour Gaming, the company who runs it, long term is the only company I see that might have a chance at competing with PoE eventually. They're definitely not there right now, but they're the only company that has a chance long term, in my opinion. That being said, it's also the kind of game where it doesn't matter if you don't know anything. So if you still feel pretty addicted to PoE, I would suggest that you install and update Last Epoch and don't consider it again until launch time in 2 weeks time. You don't need to know anything. You could go into this game completely blind. You'll still have a good time. Your respecs are cheap. If you want to respec into something and follow a guide later on, that's fine. The respecs are cheap and easy. You'll be able to do that. You can't screw it up. Most of the stuff you need to know is explained in game anyway. You can't like skip your ascendancy class, for instance. There's nothing like that. You could go into this game completely blind. So instead of worrying about it, if you're still real addicted to PoE, fucking blast out PoE for the next 2 weeks until launch day. And then be like, all right, I'll jump in and give it a go on launch day with everybody else with the hype and see how you enjoy it then. You don't need to do any research or any practice. This game can be entered blind.
Take care.
Alright, well. We might. How nearly impossible to brick build in Last Epoch. Hard to do anything right without knowledge and guidance in PoE. Yeah. I guess the only thing that's important to know if you're coming over from PoE is that whatever class you pick, you can't respec that. So you start, in this instance, I started as a primalist. There are 3 essentially ascendancies. I think they're called masteries or whatever, but there are 3 ascendancies. You can put points into all 3 of them, but only up to the halfway mark where they're locked. You can only do the full tree on whichever one you become, you ascend to. So because I'm a shaman, I can do the whole back half of this tree. But because I'm a shaman, I can't do the back half of druid and I can't do the back half of beastmaster. That you can't change. I can never become a druid or a beastmaster. I would have to re-level a new character. but I can respec all of my points in here, and all of my points in here, and all of my points in here, and all of my points in here with ease. I can fully respec the entire thing, no problem. Nowhere, like no issue at all. It's fine. It has like an in-game cost, but it's not an incredibly large in-game cost. It does eventually stack up if you fully respec your character twice a day, every single day. It would end up costing you quite a bit, but that's not going to be the case. So it's fine. Is there like something wrong with fairy bread? I'm confused. New here, keen on last epoch. Seemed very insightful. Ooh. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. Okay, nice. Do you think the devs are prepared for Aslan Golden Ziz players? No. I think they know that it's coming, and I think they're doing their very best. I don't think there is any chance that the first few hours of this game launch go smoothly. At all. Maybe that's a bit negative of me. Maybe I should try and give them more faith than that. But it's not about, in my mind, it's not about giving them faith. It's about like even games with even games with like thousands of employees or hundreds of previous game titles and plenty of experience in the space making games. All game launches are going to suffer, and this is a small company in their first ever big time launch. There are going to be some server problems, and I say that so that everyone's expecting it and we give them a little bit of slack. Right? I say that so that we're expecting it and we give them a little bit of slack. I know they're all running around like fucking chickens with their heads cut off, trying to make sure everything is as smooth and good as they can make it. I also know that no matter how much they prep and try, there will be problems on launch. Palworld somehow management, but that's not a single server game. Well, the Palworld didn't manage it though. There were plenty of like online versions of that game that went down horribly in the first day, but you could just have your own server and play offline, and so they didn't have to deal with server overloading because a ton of people who were having problems just made their own servers. So they didn't actually avoid it. They just created an alternative. I'm just guessing, but there is also an offline version of this game. Like you can just make an offline character. I don't know how that works. I wonder if maybe that works smoothly even if their servers are having problems. It might. Oh shit, you're Aussie? Can you not tell? Still gotta authenticate though, right? I actually don't know. I remember way back in the day. I don't know if this is still the case. I can't tell my own kind after a long day of work. I remember way back in the day, people were talking about like potential mods to the game and early development and shit, and I remember that their stance, this was a few years ago, so it could easily have changed, that their stance was we were going to allow people to mod the game, but we weren't going to support it in any way, and you were only going to be able to use mods or anything like that in the offline mode. Everything in the online mode, server authenticated, all has to be good, all can't use anything. I don't know if that changed, or even if it didn't change. I don't know if it's available yet or is a thing that we can do. It was just like, I remember them having that philosophy a few years back, but I don't know if that's still the case. As far as I know, all the online EA characters were transferred to offline? No. Yeah, all the characters that exist now will be going to like basically standard league. More of a practicality issue, they can't really keep it from altering game files, so they aren't ever going to say they allow it. I mean, I specifically remember them saying, we're not going to put any work into supporting you modding it, but we don't care what you do in the offline mode. We only care what you're going to do connected to our servers. I'll take that. Sure. This is Mike. Yesterday, we have no intention of helping or hindering purely offline only modes. Cool. Which is basically permission to do whatever the fuck you want, as long as you stay away with the away from the online connectivity. If you want to mod shit, if you want to change stuff, if you want to edit your files, do whatever you like, but you can't play online. You can't play online. Don't come near our online shit. Do whatever you want. but we're not helping you either. Not putting any dev time into making that better. If you want to do shit, figure it out. Which I think is fine. I'm fine with that as an approach. Right? If you want to do shit, figure it out. All right, cool. Offline LE will equal path of building. Just, you know what? You know what? Yeah. We'll start editing game files as like tests. You're like, yes, this is the thing that works. This is the thing that works. We did it. This is the goal. Here we go. And then we'll run off and do the thing in the real game. How was LE compared to PoE in terms of complexity? All right, let's say that like Diablo 3 is like a 1 and Diablo 4 is like a 1. And then like Torchlight is probably like a 3 or 4 and PoE is a 10. Last Epoch probably sits it around somewhere around a 6 or maybe a 7. Somewhere in that area. Just purely in complexity. Where does the complexity stem from, seeing as the trees aren't that vast? Well, I mean, what makes you think the trees aren't that vast? So for starters, each class has 4 passive trees, not just 1, right? Then you get to use all 4 passive trees, but you only get to use half of 2 of them, depending on which one you pick. And then each individual skill has its own passive tree, which is also can vastly change everything about it. Like let's take summon storm totem. This is my storm totem, which I'm not currently using, but I will be later, right? And I can lean into what it does. I can make it do more AoE zaps and more damage, but cost more mana and shit like that, right? Or I could make it do debuffs, chances to shock enemies, slow enemies that it's shocked. I can turn it into a buff totem. So allies near my storm totem are granted additional melee damage instead of doing things like that. Change it to cast lightning nova whenever it dies. I can fully spec up here and make it real tanky, or I can spec this way. Storm totem now creates a blizzard around itself. Enemies caught in a blizzard take cold damage over time. All shock chance is converted to chill chance. All effects which are conditional on shock are converted to chill instead. So that's just one skill of my 5 skills that I pick that has like 4 different ways it can go, and that's just in the trees themselves. So then there's also plenty of unique gear and unique modifiers to rare gear that can change how skills interact with each other. So there's also sometimes synergy between individual skills. So for instance, summon thorn totems is actually my main damage here. But it looks like this, and you've actually never seen me cast one of them because I don't cast them, even though that's my main damage, because I enter tree form, right? And then I put down these healing totems. These healing totems, which I can have more of. But they also act like thorn totems. Because in here, you can go down this path. Healing totems directly cast from this tree now also shoot thorns. Thorn totems skill tree, mana cost, cooldown, and totem limit is also applied to healing totems. And then this one to make me summon 3 at once. So now just this little path in Sprigham has made me put down healing totems in groups of 3 instead of 1 at a time that are fully affected by this skills tree. So however I spec this tree, it's now going to affect that healing totem as well. Shaman has only 60% of the tree visible. I see you're hoping for a shaman rework. There is a shaman rework in 1.0 in 2 weeks. It's not a full rework, but shit is getting added. Like there is going to be more stuff, basically. It's like gems, but way more combinations. Way more combinations. Now, I don't actually have any, but let me see if I've got something here. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. So I'm not actually using this, but here's something that's cool. So this is a skill, a unique scepter called Hazelroot, right? 13% chance to cast Thorn Shield on yourself when you directly use a physical skill. Where is it? This is physical, isn't it? This should work. Maybe it only works in here. Oh, there it is. Thorn barrier. Okay, it is working in this area. So that casts Thorn Shield on me, which is something that comes out of here. No, it's this thing. No? Where is it? There it is. Form a protective barrier of thorns around yourself. So it's automatically casting this thing on me as I cast these, right? Now that's cool, except it goes a little further than that. Because over here somewhere, I'll have to find it again. So I don't have it right now. Is it here or is it here? It's in one of these. There's too much stuff and I'm still pretty new, so I might have to like find the thing that I remember seeing. Yeah, I just can't remember exactly what it said. When I cast Thorn Shield, I also cast Etra's Blessing. But I don't remember where that came from. Don't remember at all where that came from. So the blessing on the right hand side, I think. Ah, there it is. Whenever you directly cast Thorn Shield, you'll also cast Etra Blessing on the same target. Consumes Etra's Blessing's mana cost as rage. So now with this thing, it'll proc, but only 13% of the time. You can get more proc chance later, but for now, because I'm not doing very much of it, I don't have very much of it. But yeah, that happens, and then that procs Etra's Blessing. on the same target, which is cool. But then you go into Etra's Blessing and you go over here. When Etra's Blessing heals one of your companions, there's a chance to refresh. When Etra's Blessing's target is down, okay, that's not important. Etra's Blessing automatically targets the lowest health ally in range. That one's cool. That'll be good for party play. Then we buff the effectiveness of the healing, the damage over time. We make it have a big heal at the end when it expires. We do all sorts of shit to Etra's Blessing. And now that happens automatically whenever we do Thorn Shield. So like this, that's actually not something I'm actively using. It's just like another example of things crossing over with item uses that change how your skills are going to behave. Right? And they're littered everywhere. They're littered everywhere. There's tons of things. Each tree and everything would have its own skill tree. Okay. I don't know about that. Look at all these uniques. I have so many uniques. So many uniques. Huh. This unique goes off the top of my page. I don't know what it's called. This unique goes off the top of my page. Wait, why is that there? I have to hold control to stop the compare. That's hilarious. There are so many I forgot how many goddamn uniques there were. Also, I love this. I've noticed you don't do crafting. How so? I do crafting. I crafted that and that and that and that and that. Like most of the gear I'm wearing has been through my forge. Oh, I love that. But I love that I didn't pay for any stash tabs. And they not only gave me tabs, they also gave me tab folders. And they gave me the ability to put any icon I want on them and color them and name them. Not just the folders, but also the tabs inside the folders. And you just get that. You just get that. It's just, there it is. I also love this. I didn't realize this was a thing. That's so well done. I don't think this existed last time. last time I played. That's really cool. Yep. You cannot collapse them, apparently. At least not any way I can see. The one thing that slightly annoys me is you can always click through all of these stash tabs, like quite often. You just saw me zoom in and out when I was trying to scroll up and down here. That's a little annoying. Shame you can't move them around like this. Move them around however you want. You just can't move them on this sidebar, but if you just like go to general, you can move them here. Or if I go to unaided, I can swap them around right there into whatever order I want. Huh. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of tabs here already. And buying an extra tab is only 130,000 gold, which isn't really that much considering how many tabs I already have. But my one before this was 100,000. And they start very, very cheap. So you can buy quite a few tabs pretty cheap, but eventually when you've got a lot of them, it does become an issue. Okay, on that note though, I have to run. That's gonna have to be the end of today. But I am pretty happy with all of this. Also pretty happy with this build. I might try one or two other builds just to see how they play. I think that would be fun. But I am going to run for now. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.